All right, there we go. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope everyone's doing absolutely amazing. I hope everyone is excited. I'll go with excited because it's Friday. It's Friday and it's time to enjoy the weekend. I know I am. I know I absolutely am. That being said, guys, if you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 8,000 likes. Let's get the shares up. Send your daily heart me if you have not done so. It's only one coin. It'll help boost the live. It'll push us out to the FYP. Also, if we can knock out the daily gift goal a couple of times, that'll help as well. So do all the wonderful things, guys. I am excited to be here this morning to get some debates going. So with that being said, if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you are someone that supports Donald Timothy Trump, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. We're not. All right, so it looks like we are G to G. And with that being said, let go.
You stepped in the box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hop, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts like lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok, this is war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff
for you.
Get revealed.
Let go.
Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only if not get
Good morning,
beautiful
down. People.
Whether you're left or right.
Good morning, fireman. Good morning,
lady.
ladies.
Is weak, I'll sink your boat. Yeah. You talk slick, but you ain't got source.
What up, Brett?
Vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap.
Hey,
the
Moo. Hey, Kenzie.
You slip
hey,
once,
Haley.
I'm snatching it all.
Hey, Stacy. Oh, YouTube, don't think I forgot about you. Let's see. Taro, what's going on? Hey, Mookie.
No script, yeah. One wrong move.
Hey, relax and space things. What up?
Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you?
Nestor422, what's going on?
Step in, yeah, you can hit hard like a punch in the air.
8calls_2 wild tails. Good morning.
One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shit.
Hey, Rayleigh, guess what? Guess what? I'm muting you. Get in the box, bud. TDS, come on up. Request up, bud. Yeah.
This ain't
Good morning, Cupcake.
This is flame space. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Hey. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Timothy Trump, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates, guys. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. We're only looking for some debates. With that being said, if you are a friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live. I'm going to keep resetting a daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. It'll help push us out to the FYP and boost the live. And so will your daily heart me. So will your daily heart me. That's only one coin. We can do it. Let's do it together. Also, if you're over on the YouTubes, make sure you hit that like button. Thumbs up. Thumbs up on the tubes. Please and thank you. Guys, again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only talking to Trump supporters because we're looking for some debates. Let's get it. Hi, Raleigh. How are you?
Good. How about you today?
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate that. And actually, I respect you a lot more for that because most of the times I do that, people don't come up there adverse to it. So
No, it's easy
kudos
for me
you.
to come up with your talking points. It's easy for me to come up and
Absolutely.
have a debate with you. First of all,
Wait, hold on.
shall we use your talking points?
Wait. One thing before we get into that. There's a thing. Just roll with me for a second. Riley, question for you. Do you know who I am?
I do not.
Okay, cool. Would you mind if I give you a quick introduction to not only who I am, but what this is?
Yeah, sure.
All right, wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Jimothy Trump, get in the box. Please do not request up if you are not a friendly. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 25,000 likes. Again, I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. It will help boost the live. All right, Riley. Hey, so you mentioned my talking points, but I really what it is I'm just trying to understand something, and I'm thinking you can possibly help me figure this out. I'm just trying to understand how, as a Trump supporter, you are okay with Donald Trump dragging not just you guys, because it's us, right? It's the United States of America, but dragging us into so many different wars. Like, how are you good with that?
Well, if you're referring to Venezuela as being a war, that's just 100% wrong. It's a blockade. It's an oil embargo to stop them from shipping oil to Cuba, which they then use to finance terrorism. So Venezuela is protecting America from the cartels who use that money to run drugs and, women and children. So Venezuela is not a war. And I do like your introduction is great. It got me thinking of that Ram game last night. What a game. Jeez.
Yeah, well, listen, I live in Washington State, and so there's a lot of people happy here in Washington State. But I digress. Listen, I think that's super interesting because you're not the first person that I've kind of spoken with, and they've skirted around the idea. I guess my opening question would be, why do you not consider it a war when all signs point to it being a war, and Donald Trump himself specifically having conversations around engaging in war?
Well, that's a good question. First of all, if it was a war, we could end it in about 30 seconds. So it's not a war. It's an economic blockade. There's no war with Venezuela. I mean, come on, that's not a war. It's over, and we could send two sorties, and we can get rid of Maduro. What we're trying to do is force regime change, get the socialist Maduro out, put someone in who will be good for our Western hemisphere. So Venezuela's not a war, and Trump actually ended a lot of wars. India and Pakistan, he's got them talking. Ukraine and Putin, he tried really, really hard. Look what he's done in Gaza. Yeoman work there. Biden ignored that. Biden would have let those people die. Bombs would have still been falling if he was there. And we know he would have just kept on funneling all that billions and billions to Ukraine.
Don't say the name of, don't say the name. Oh, okay. I thought you was about to say the name of a D-rug. I was about to say, if you do talk about specific D-rugs, don't say the actual name, because I would have to kick you if you do so. Say like F drug or M drug or whatever. So I'm sorry, I thought you were going there, but you went somewhere else. I just wanted to make sure I didn't have to kick you.
I appreciate this blockade. We know Venezuela's oil goes directly to Cuba, which then sends it to Russia. So this is a good thing. This is going to create peace. And the Venezuelan people are suffering under Maduro. They don't have lights on. They don't eat. This is a rich, beautiful country. They just need some regime change. And we're going to foster that and help the people in Venezuela in the process.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, you said a lot, and I didn't want to cut you off because you seemed like you were on a roll, call you butter or whatnot. But there's a lot that you said, and there's a lot that's inaccurate. Let's take a whole step back, right? So as far as what's happening in the quote unquote blockade and, Trump ending wars and all this other stuff, like you said, it would be over immediately. While I do have confidence, I have all the confidence in the world in the United States military. I think that the hubris and the American exceptionalism to think that we would just be able to win like that is not something that we should actually fall into the trap. We can talk about the failure that the United States has when it comes to Vietnam, or even the overall not so much success or the amount of time that it took as far as being in Afghanistan and Iraq. But even more, we can talk about more recent history, right? When Russia was literally saying that, oh, if we go to war with Ukraine, it would be over immediately, which of course wasn't the case. But going back just for a half a second, you keep saying that it's only a blockade. Well, it's not, right? The Trump administration has moved 15,000 troops off the shore of Venezuela. And not only that, they've sent U.S. naval destroyers. They've sent this one destroyer that's called the Ghost, right? It's a naval destroyer that is specifically designed for stealth operations. They've sent F-22 Raptors. They've sent Black Hawk helicopters. They've moved 10% of our total Navy into that area, right? And then you could talk about the blockade. Yes, we do know for a fact that there's a blockade. We could talk about the U.S. Commandeering the Venezuelan oil tanker, but we also have to talk about the fact that Donald Trump has openly said that they're preparing land strikes in Venezuela. But then last but not least, I don't know if you saw this, right? But this just happened less than 24 hours ago. Venezuela now has their Navy escorting ships in and out of the area. So with that being said, if this blockade stays in place and there's any type of issue where the U.S. and the Venezuelan Navy come across each other and the U.S. Navy tries to stop them, I mean, that's going to be a problem, right? Also, one last tidbit. Did you know that Brazil, did you know Brazil actually sent 10,000 troops to the border to help fortify Venezuela? Also, China and Russia has been saying that they will definitely support Venezuela if the United States attacks them. So, like, you don't.
Brazil did that because they don't want the refugees coming across. They're tired of they're protecting their borders. The Venezuelan people are running everywhere.
No. Brazil didn't send it to. Wait. Listen to what I said. Brazil didn't send it to their borders. Brazil sent it to the Venezuelan borders to help fortify their border.
They don't want Venezuelan immigrants.
No. They said no. Again, they didn't send it to their border. They sent it to the Venezuelan border, the opposite side, to help support them in support of Maduro, not to make sure that people aren't flooding into Brazil. They sent it to the other side to help fortify their border.
Okay, well let's go to healthcare.
Hold on. Wait, why are we leaving this one so fast? You don't think that everything that we're talking about is posturing for war?
I think. Look, we have Iraq. Remember the Iraq War? How long did that last?
Over 20 years.
About 24 hours. Yeah, but when we actually came in and started doing business, it was over before we dropped a few bombs. So
wait, hold on. You said something right there. What you said when we came in and started doing business? What did you mean by that? What did you mean by doing business?
When we actually had a plan to end this war.
Wait, you mean when we started to actually gain control of their oil?
Fight. When we started to fight.
No, when we started to get their oil. Stop it. It was over. You know it was about oil.
Yes, as soon as we started fighting, the Iraqi soldiers ran, and they had because
you mean as soon as we got control of their oil, that's when we stayed.
Well, you know what? We should have kept control of their oil and pumped and lowered all those prices for us. That was a huge.
You do understand that's what this is all about, right? With Venezuela, it's literally about trying to steal their oil.
Well, how we're stopping them from selling their oil because we have sanctions against them. We're trying to overthrow the government. Yeah, it's about oil.
They're trying to overthrow the government, and Donald Trump has openly admitted that he wants their oil and land, literally stealing. He said, Donald Trump, his own words were, prior to him leaving office in his first term, he said Venezuela was on the brink of collapse and we would have been able to get all the oil. He said, fast forward to him being back in office, and now we're buying oil from Venezuela. Like, he has openly admitted it's about the oil. They want the oil. So I guess my last question, and I mean, like, if you're settled with this, we can move on. But my last question for this is, are you good with Americans losing their lives for oil?
Well, we won't put boots on the ground.
Donald Trump has already said that he's not ruling that out, and he's going to start land strikes soon. How do you square that circle?
I would hate to see boots on the ground.
I would, but Donald Trump said that it's not out of the realm of possibility.
I don't mind us going into their oil fields, help modernizing it, and using that oil for our benefit. And of course, the Venezuelans would prosper if that happened, instead of the government stealing all the money.
How will Venezuela prosper with?
Because some of the money would trickle back to the people. It's not trickling back to the people now. Maduro and his cronies are the only ones getting rich.
Wait, does trickle down economics work? Why isn't it trickling here in the U.S.? Why is nothing trickling here?
Well, I've got a trickle. I've got my trickle.
How? Tell me how trickle down economics works.
It's a silly phrase. I used it but the way that they described it to work is the rich get richer and money trickles down. Look, no poor man has ever given you a job or me. We've never got a poor job from a poor.
No rich man has ever took the earnings that they've made and just gave them away. The whole premise of trickle down economics
give you jobs. They give us jobs, and they create things.
No one gives us jobs.
No, without a rich person building a factory, without a rich person building a factory or a small businessman starting a business, there's no jobs. These aren't started by poor people. These are started by entrepreneurs and people who have some money. And no, like I said, no poor man has ever given me a job, and I don't want a job from a poor man.
Got it.
I want to work for a rich guy, not a poor guy.
Sure, but do you think these rich people that you're speaking of, do you think that they're doing that out of the kindness of their heart, or are they exploiting resources and able to enrich themselves?
Look, no entrepreneur does anything out of the kindness of the heart. He does it to enrich himself. That's capitalism. That's capitalism.
I agree. But to give it some type of false premise as far as like, oh, we need them because of this or da-da-da, like that's literally a false premise.
Right? The poverty in Venezuela is way greater than any American could ever understand. These people eat beans. Americans have a safety net. We have a safety net.
We don't. We literally don't have a safety net.
Oh, yes, they do have a safety net. Food stamps, EBT, Medicare, Medi-Cal. We have a safety net.
So let's talk about that.
They don't have safety.
Well, you say we have a safety net, but yet the Trump administration, with the passing of the BBB, has literally kicked people off of those safety nets, right? They've restricted the amount of people who have access to SNAP benefits, and which SNAP benefits is one of the most beneficial things over the last 10 years. It's helped reduce, hold on a second. It's helped actually pull 30% of SNAP beneficiaries out of poverty. But when you talk about what the Trump administration is doing, they're actively going against SNAP benefits. They're removing people from with their access to Medicaid, and then Medicare. And then also you can talk about the ACA subsidies that have not been renewed, which is going to cost about 7 million United States Americans their health care. So all of those things lead to the reduction and weakening of any type of social safety nets. Like literally, while you can sit here and say, oh, we have this, the people that you're voting for literally is trying to strip it away. That doesn't make sense.
Well, first of all, the social welfare in America needs to be fixed. The government shutdown showed us all the fraud and the SNAP and the EBT.
What fraud?
So many people getting it that don't deserve it or don't deserve to be on it.
Sure.
Incredible
Be,
fraud. You
but
can't.
be
You
specific,
can't.
Riley.
Are you telling me there's no fraud in the SNAP and EBT? Come on.
No, no, I'm not telling you that. But do you know how
What's
much
going
fraud
on in
there is?
Minnesota?
Do you know how much fraud
Billions
there
and
is in
billions.
SNAP?
I think everybody should reapply, and we need to figure out who should be on and who shouldn't be, because some people are double dipping, some people are collecting on their dead
I hear
grandma.
you, but Riley, you're just saying stuff and you're not actually answering the question directly. Riley, how much fraud is there in SNAP benefits, and how much is that costing us?
Well, I could just look at Minnesota. We already
No,
they
don't
told
just
us
look at Minnesota. We have the actual numbers.
$1 billion there. There was $1 billion in Minnesota.
It wasn't.
Elon Moore, her net worth went from 67,000 to 30 million in 5 years. God, she must be
not true either. Riley,
we're 30
you are
million.
you are so easily propagandized. None of that, nothing Elon that you just said was true.
Elon Omar is not worth 30 million.
She is not.
She shouldn't even be worth $1 million. Okay, if she's got $1 million,
it doesn't matter what you think she should be worth, though, Riley. Like she's not worth that 30 million. But I want you to focus right here.
Stolen money.
Riley, I want you to focus right here. Lock in. You said there's fraud with SNAP benefits. Do you know how much fraud there is and how much it costs us?
I see it at the market when I go.
No. I'm saying, do you know how much fraud there is?
And do you know how much it costs? Okay.
Would you like for me? Yes, I do have it. I have it. Would you like for me to share it with you?
The CBO number?
Yeah.
Then it's not right, but go ahead.
Why isn't it right?
Those numbers, because they manipulate those numbers. We all know that. But go ahead. What's that number?
Who's manipulating?
The government. The CBO numbers were incredibly manipulated. But what's the number? Tell me.
Wait, hold on. You mean the Trump ran government?
Under Biden, the CBO just played games. They even told us there wasn't a recession when there was. So
sure. What about under the Trump ran government? Are you accepting those numbers? Because like they're I'm pulling it from the same source. So
I would accept those numbers a lot better than anything that came from the Biden administration. You bet.
Listen, so the actual fraud rate, the proven fraud rate has been under 1% for SNAP benefits. Now there's multiple things that have been connected with fraud that go over the 1%, including the identity fraud, eligibility fraud, trafficking, and administrative errors, right? The most of the actual quote unquote fraud all boils down to administrative errors, right? But as a total, the total amount of fraud that was tracked came up to a complete total of, let me make sure I get this number right, with reported theft, actual verifiable theft, $320 million. $320 million. Now, Riley, question for you. Do you know what a PPP loan is?
Sure.
Okay. Do you know how much fraud?
A lot of fraud in that, boy.
Exactly. Do you know how much came from the actual PPP loans?
Oh, that was disgusting what those people did. Disgusting.
Sure, but do you know how much? Do you know how much fraud came from the PPP loans?
Billions and billions and billions.
Yeah, absolutely. So there was 8% of the PPP loans, that, or 8 to 10%, 8 to 10% that was estimated for fraud for the PPP loans, which they're saying comes out to about 64 to 80 billion dollars, right? So with that being said, when you talk about SNAP benefits, verifiable fraud, $320 million, PPP loans, which were overwhelmingly given to the ultra wealthy, the people, the business owners, and the people that you said create businesses and all this, they actually implemented about 64 to 80 billion dollars worth of fraud. So my biggest point being is people love to talk about, oh, SNAP benefits and there's fraud and da. But the simple fact of the matter is people just hate poor people and think for some reason when they get things that they're not getting, that they should be restricted. So that's my point. Like, you can talk about potential fraud within SNAP, but it's minuscule versus the fraud that actually occurs in other entities throughout the United States.
I don't hate poor people. I was raised by a single mother. I just know that the SNAP, EBT, and our welfare system needs overhaul. That's all. That's all I'm saying. We need overhaul.
I mean, I don't disagree or whatever, but like my point being is the premise, like you said, everybody needs to be kicked off and made to reapply. Like that's an absolute asinine statement, right? I mean, saying that you think that everyone needs to be removed because there's less than 1% of verifiable fraud, that doesn't make sense. That what needs to happen is we need to work on that less than 1%. Right? I mean, even if you talk about like, let's say businesses, all businesses have an actual baked in amount that they are expected to lose due to theft or fraud, right? Like literally Walmart has a certain budget that they expect every single year to go towards stolen items. So while that's being said, 1%, less than 1% of verifiable fraud for SNAP benefits sounds like a massive win to me. And at the very most, or very least, I would say, let's just work on reducing that even more. It doesn't make sense to actually get rid of it.
I don't want to get rid of it. I want to reform it and fix it.
Yeah, but I mean, reforming and fixing it.
I live in Los Angeles. I'm in the construction industry. This is the way it works. The mother, a Hispanic mother, is on welfare and food stamps. The husband works for cash money under the table while she gets welfare and food stamps. That's how it works. I'm in Los Angeles. I see it every day. I'm in the construction industry. Husband works for cash money. Wife is on welfare and food stamps. I don't when the children get free lunch and free breakfast at schools.
So the people who not get free lunch and free breakfast at school?
No. Listen, I'm just saying. So the people who say that the illegal aliens are paying taxes yeah, they pay taxes on what they buy, but feeding their children a bit of every penny they buy when they go to the store and pay sales tax on the items they buy.
That's absolutely not true. But when people talk about the taxes that undocumented immigrants pay, they talk about the actual direct taxes, the billions of dollars in taxes that they pay through their ITIN, right? That's what they're talking about. It's not a situation of,
you just did hear what I described as an actual situation. A man who's actually in the construction industry works around Mexican people all day long. I see it. I speak Spanish. I know what they're doing. It's ridiculous.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand like what that anecdotal story does for the overall point, right? While I hear you,
incredible fraud.
While I hear what you're saying, the point that I want to make sure that I drill home on is one, if we have such an issue, which I agree, we definitely have an issue with paying undocumented immigrants under the table. The way that we fix that is actually by addressing the companies that hire undocumented immigrants instead of vilifying undocumented immigrants. Listen, if we really wanted to fix this, so they're not being paid under the table and American workers aren't being hurt, mass amnesty. Give undocumented immigrants mass amnesty. That gives us an opportunity to actually screen the people, get verifiable information as far as who's here. And then after that, we can really ratchet up, quote unquote, deportation, right? And we would legalize the people that are here. We would actually solidify their actual contribution to our country with taxes and with their actual population. And then that way we could actually say, hey, you no longer have this workforce that's willing to work for, 50% of what you're paying everyone else, 1/3 of what you're paying everyone else. You have to raise this up. So now everyone has to be paid. Like, so why wouldn't we go through, and FYI, not only has mass amnesty been done before under a Republican president, but it would cost less for us to go through mass amnesty for the screenings than it does for mass deportation.
So in the construction business, a framer, prior to this influx of illegal aliens, made $25 an hour. Now we pay the framers $15 an hour, all undocumented. Now you're saying, oh, you should pay them $25. That's not the way it works. When you build something, you try to build it well for as least money as possible. This is the capitalist system. If a man's willing to do the work well for $15 an hour instead of $25 an hour, that man gets the job. Now, guess who hurt? Guess who's suffering? The American framers now. They have to work for $15 an hour, not $25 an hour. Right. Huge
Riley,
undercut.
Did you listen to what I said?
All our industries. Throw that to all our industries.
Riley, did you hear what I said?
Amnesty. You want a blanket amnesty to undercut all our wages.
Riley, did you hear what I said?
I heard what you said.
What did I say happens if you give them amnesty? What happens to the pay wages?
It goes way down, and the borders will be
No, you're not listening. Listen, Riley. What happens is
all our rents go up. There's no room for us to sleep.
Listen to me for a second, Riley.
Everything goes up.
Listen to me for a second, Riley. When you can no longer, why are companies able to offer lower rates for those undocumented immigrants versus the people that they hire that are U.S. citizens? Why? What's the actual
you got me
point that they have?
Willing and able to work with strong backs.
Riley, why won't they demand more?
They want the job, so they undercut.
Why won't they demand more?
They're competing for work, so they undercut their wages. They want the job. They can work for less because the mother's on food stamps and welfare.
You're being disingenuous. The reason why they won't demand
can work
more,
for less because they rely on welfare.
The reason why they won't demand more and they can't demand more is because of the threat of deportation. Literally, if they start saying we want to be paid more, or we deserve this, or we deserve that, then the actual people hiring them can just call ICE. They can literally threaten to send them back to the country that they came from. And so that's something that keeps them in line and keeps them at whatever price point the company wants.
So you like open borders then? You're for open borders. I see all your comments here. These people, because I want secure borders, I'm a racist according to your people that listen to you.
Riley, you're up here with me. Riley, you're up here with me, bud. I'm not even looking at the comments.
But I'm reading these comments. I'm reading
why are you reading the comments instead of talking to me? Lock in. Listen, I'm trying to get here with you. I'm trying to take you through a thought process. Riley, again, the point being is the reason why they can't demand higher rates of pay is because they have the threat of deportation hanging over their heads. So if you remove that threat and give them mass amnesty, now they can demand the same pay as everyone else. So instead of it being $15, everybody goes up to the $25. You can't lowball people if everyone says, this is our rate because this is what it's guaranteed to be. That's the point. When you legalize these people, you give them actual power to negotiate and they don't have to accept those lower wages anymore. And now everybody's getting paid right.
Well, maybe if they didn't sneak across the border illegally, they wouldn't have this issue. There is something called legal migration. We do provide green cards. My wife went through legal migration. So that is possible. You don't need to sneak across the border. And when 20 million people, 11 to 20 million people sneak across the border in the last 4 years, what's that's done to Americans? It's created incredible rent price squeezes. Our rent has gone up. Our food has gone up. And it hasn't
none of those things have to do with undocumented immigrants. Like you're just being propagandized. None of it has to do with undocumented immigrants.
Where are the 20 million living?
None of it has to do with undocumented immigrants. That's fine. Riley, give me like 2 minutes. I'm gonna read a couple of thank yous and then we're gonna run through this because, like, again, you've been propagandized. Give me 2 minutes though. Debbie's in the chat for Kimberly. Kimberly sent. Hold on one second. Debbie's in the chat for Kimberly. Kimberly sent a $10. Riley, you really want to leave before we get in? Why would you say all those things when you know they're not true and then you want to leave?
I have a tea time. I have a tea time at the Wilshire Country Club. Have your.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God! Stop fucking lying.
Really, Riley?
I enjoyed you. I enjoyed the conversation, buddy. I enjoyed you.
All right.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, maybe. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hmm. 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 Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are not talking to friendlies. If you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, do all the wonderful things. They did this weird thing with the gifts for a while, but we're back so we can knock out the daily gift goal. Keep knocking those out. It'll help push us out to the FYP. Oh, if you're over on the YouTubes, I actually fixed the link to access the Discord. So if you're a member over on YouTube, I have fixed that, and you can now access the link into the Discord. Stacy, are you a Trump supporter? Stacy, are you a Trump supporter? All right, I'm going to drop you down. User, are you a Trump supporter? I'm assuming that's a no, and I'm going to drop you down. You have to be a member either on YouTube or a team or a what is it, super fan over on TikTok in order to access the Discord. Emily, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm so sorry, my butt pressed the request button.
Okay, no worries. I'll drop you down. Hi, Diamond. Are you a Trump supporter? Okay. All right, guys. I'm going through the box. There's a lot of people in here. Let's just do this right now. If you look down at the bottom and you see a pink and blue person, thank you for the bear. If you see a pink and blue person, you're good. You're perfectly well. No issues. But if you take a look at the bottom of your screen and you see a gray person, if it's gray, that means you're in the request, you're a Trump supporter, you're here to debate. So take a look at the bottom of your screen. If you see the pink and blue person, you're good. But if you see the gray person, that means you're in the request, you're here, and you're ready to debate. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. Please don't request up with any questions. Don't request up just to say FDT. None of that. We are only looking for some debate. So when you request up, make sure that you are here for debates. All right. Looks like we just cleared it out. All right. Perfect. With that being said, let me reset this. With that being said, we are looking for some debates. If you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. With that being said, Trump supporters, I genuinely want to know. I mean, it's a genuine question. How do you feel about Donald Trump pulling us into multiple types of wars, right? We can talk about the war that's occurring with Venezuela. We can talk about the war on healthcare. We can talk about the failed immigration war. I promise you guys, you don't want to talk about that one. We can even talk about the culture war that Donald Trump is pulling us into. Listen, MAGA, Trump supporters, I understand that Donald Trump has propagandized you into making sure that you just live in this constant bubble of hate and, you know, someone's taking something from you, right? Someone's taking something from you, and it's always usually the black or brown people, or someone's always out to get you. It's the queer community, like it's all of it, right? But all it is that you guys lean into the isms. You literally lean into the racism, sexism, classism. You also, for some reason, you guys love fascists. So you lean into the fascism, but also let's not forget about your phobias, right? your homophobia, transphobia, it's all rampant. It's all rampant. And all it is that Donald Trump makes you feel comfortable with engaging in your isms and your phobias. Right? Right? So get in the box. Get in the box. Last but not least, you guys put a doddering old fool at the head of our country. He said, "Ice, ice, baby." You know what's funny? So, Gray, I'm going to mute you, but I'm also going to send you a request to come up. I'm going to send you a request to come up. Why can't you guys come up with like anything original? Why can't you guys come up with anything that's like actually either original or clever? Like you guys all say and do the same things. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry, friend, what can I call you?
Jim.
Jim. All right, perfect. Hey, Jim, really quick question before we get started. You're not going to do anything weird, are you?
No.
You're not going to slur, are you?
No.
Pinky promise?
Sure.
Okay. Only reason I asked Jim is for some reason, like, you know, this isn't personal to you, but when people come up and they have like random PFPs and user names, they usually like do something weird or either start slurring immediately. And I just wanted to check with you because if that's the case, I mean, like, I'd rather get it out of the way now so I can move on. But if you're
no, I don't like social media and all that.
I can respect that, Jim. All right, perfect. Jim, let's get to it. Actually, Jim, would you mind if I thank a couple of people? It'll just take 2 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, Jim. Debbie's in the chat for Kimberly. Kimberly sent a $10 donation saying happy Friday. Kimberly, happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for the 10. Debbie's in the chat for Gucci. Gucci sent a $5 donation saying, I don't understand why they think that they can just say things into reality. Just because they say Trump ended wars doesn't mean Trump actually ended wars, at least not in this reality. Yeah, sometimes they live in different realities. W's in the chat for Gerard for the $2 donation saying, Riley, as someone who was just let go by a Fortune 50 company just to cover their bottom line, I prefer to work for people that care about their employees rather than rich people / corporations. We get that. We understand how that one goes. W's in the chat for Sarah for the $2 donation saying this asshole makes my blood boil. I'm a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. My son has a ton of medical needs. I don't qualify for assistance. I can't even imagine how hard life is being someone who does. I'm in Minnesota. Exactly. They talk about things that they don't know. Also, W's in the chat for Rust Belt, who sent a $2 super chat to say, I have no doubt he's hiring undocumented workers. We know what he was doing. We absolutely know what he was doing. W's in the chat for Betty, who sent the $2 Canadian and said, Riley will say, well, I don't support the triple K, but that is something they would say. And last but not least, 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you so much for the 5. I bet all those companies got rated, didn't get their reprimaried for doing so. That's how you know it's not about the jobs or the wages. Yeah, absolutely. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Jim ran, guys. I think he was going to slur, and the fact that I called him out at the beginning made him not do it. But we got Joe, Monster Joe up here. Joe, I need you to come back into the app if we're going to speak. You have to be back in the app. But right now you're a whole teacup. I'm a little teacup, short and spout. Here is my handle, Joe ran about. God damn it. Sometimes it's hard to keep the fish on the hook, chat. Sometimes it is hard to keep the fish on the hook. I get it. I get it. Getting in the box is scary. Getting in the box is absolutely scary, especially when you don't know things. It's hard. It's hard. And we all know the Trump supporters only actually, why are you being disrespectful and using the names Lord in vain? Oh, I don't know, but listen, I'm going to mute you. God damn it. Get up here and tell me about it. I sent you a request. Come up here and tell me about how I'm using the Lord's name in vain. Thank you, Jeebus. Bet you won't do it. Yeah, I didn't think you were gonna come up. Yeah, I didn't think you would do it. Well, so like I was saying, um, it's really hard for Trump supporters to actually defend any position because one, they don't know things, but also two, they speak from their emotions, right? Which I don't understand because, like, literally, if I was in a situation where I wanted to defend a point, I would at the very least educate myself on the things that I'm talking about instead of just accepting the things that I've heard. I heard Steve talking about this morning on his live, and he was talking about. He said, "I'll talk about how I feel all day." You think so? You think so, Marcos? Come up here and tell me about it. I'm gonna mute you. I can't send you a request to come up, but come up and tell me about it. Tell me about how I talk about my fifis. Anywho, I heard Facts talking about this morning, and it was Donald Trump talking about in his speech to the country. He talked about how he reduced medical drug prices by 400, 500, 600%, right? And we've heard Trump supporters mimic just that. Like, oh, he's reducing prescription drug prices by 600%. He said, I can only talk tough on TikTok. I can talk tough in real life, but no one cares about talking tough. Hey, user, I'm going to mute you. I bet you won't come up. Anyway, but Facts broke it down, right? Because he played the clip, and of course the actual member representation, I can't remember who it was, but the person who was representing the Trump administration explained to us that, well, what Donald Trump actually means, because they said, well, if you reduce something by 100%, then it's zero. If you reduce anything by more than 100%, then the drug companies are paying us. They're not paying us. But so the Trump administration, the way that they explained it, and they said, well, what he actually means is if you reduce a drug down, if you cut it and the drug is X amount of dollars and you cut it down, you would have to then raise the price by 600% in order to get that price again. MAGA math. So yeah, Howard Lucknick, that's who it was. So his explanation is they're not looking at the actual price that you bring it down, because they could say, oh, we're cutting this actual product by 80%, right? They're not saying we're cutting this product by 80%. They're looking at the cost of the price, the actual price of the prescription medication, and saying, oh, you would have, if once it's reduced, you would have to charge 600% times this amount in order to get it back to where it was. If that's not the most MAGA math bullshit that I've ever heard in my life. You say Santana probably mutes more people than he has viewers each live. Yeah, guess what? I'm going to mute you again because you're a coward. You're literally hiding under a fake username and you won't get in the box. So why should I care about what you say at all? Right? Lucy, are you a Trump supporter?
My bad. Just hit the like on accident.
Okay, no worries. I'll drop you down. W's in the chat for Drew. Drew sent a $1 donation saying, just joined as a super fan. Where is the Discord info? I don't know. I don't know what they did it different than the subs, but it's somewhere there. If you can get with one of my mods, they'll be able to help you. I'll figure that out. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just know that it's a benefit, but I don't know how to get there. So Debbie's in the chat for Army Wife, who sent a $4.99 super chat to say, what are your thoughts on Wisconsin Judge Hannah Dugan getting charged with 2 felonies? Did that just happen? Is that something that just happened? Debbie's in the chat, Rainey. Thank you so much for the well diving. Guilty of obstruction. Holy shit. Let's take a look. Oh, this just... Okay, this came from The Guardian an hour ago. Let's see here. Judge accused of helping immigrant dodge ICE agents found guilty of obstruction. A jury has found Wisconsin judge accused of helping a Mexican immigrant dodge federal authorities guilty of obstruction in closely watched case that brought Trump anti-immigration agenda to the spotlight. Federal prosecutors have charged Milwaukee County's Circuit Judge Hannah Dugan with obstruction, a felony, and concealing an individual to prevent arrest, a misdemeanor in April, in an unusual case amid Trump immigration crackdown in the U.S. president's second term. The jury in Milwaukee deliberated for 6 hours and then late on Thursday acquitted Dugan on the Clement account, but convicted her on the obstruction charge. She now faces 5 years in prison. Although the date has not been set yet for her sentences, she's expected to appeal. The Trump administration has called Dugan an activist judge, while Democrats said the administration is trying to make an example of Dugan, the way they're bluntly opposition by many judges across the country and the White House, multiple programs, anti-immigration agenda. I guess, so this is where I kind of fall with this, and I'm reading it in real time. African groups, Wisconsin. So this is what I'm getting, right? After looking at it in real time, I do think it's definitely an example being made. And whether we talk about the Trump administration or we talk about like what they're doing as a whole, we understand that this administration has been massively critical of the judicial branch. They have pushed back on judge rulings and saying judges don't have the authority to tell the executive branch what to do. And then you can see the many cases that are being blocked and upheld when it comes to stopping the Trump administration and what they actually want to do. Like, it's been a whole thing. It's literally been a whole thing. And I think that if they can see if they have a way to actually keep the judicial branch in line, then they're going to do it, right? And I think that finding ways to charge people and keeping them in check is what they are all about. So this verdict doesn't shock me, but I will say that this opens up a very slippery slope. This is something that Trump supporters don't think about, and I'm wondering if they get it. As of right now, I'll say this. As of right now, we still live in a society where we vote for who we want. I said as of right now. And we have the midterm elections coming up, but we're going to have the presidential election coming up in 2028, right? MAGA, what happens when the power that the Republican Party, the Trump administration, what happens when that power they currently hold is gone? I think the reason that you see a lot of people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Dan Bongino, or however you say his name, getting out, and there's reports of 20 different Republican members of Congress planning on not seeking re-election. All of this is the canary in the coal mine. Understanding that there's a lot of people that are going to jail. There's a lot of people going to jail. Right? You lost food stamps on the rig NFL game. Oh, okay, cool, cute. Hey, Green Valley, first and foremost, you're a fucking coward. I bet you won't come up here and talk to me. There's that. You're a coward. I sent you a request. Come up and tell me about it, bud. Also, again, you guys you're not clever with your racist dog whistles. You're not. We must be vigilant with voting machine software. Keep up. Yeah. You're not clever with your racist dog whistles. You're also a bunch of cowards. You guys never request up. Never. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. And I'm sorry, what can I call you, friend?
Randy.
Randy?
Yep.
All
That's
right.
what it stands for.
Okay, perfect. Randy, I was talking about a couple of things, and so I don't know if you requested up specifically about what I was talking about, or we can go into the premise of the live, which is understanding why, as a Trump supporter, you're good with Donald Trump pulling us into all of these wars.
So the one that kind of just struck me a little bit was when you were just talking about what's going to happen when the power goes back.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as a Trump supporter, you would hope that wouldn't happen, but let's just be real. There is a possibility of that happening. Mm-hmm. And I guess the best example I can give you of what will happen is what just happened when Biden took office.
Mm-hmm.
Biden took office, opened the border. Look what happened. I personally think that what they did was a thought process that they've had. They opened the border for a reason. They wanted to create that problem, create what the founders never intended was an invasion, in my opinion. Now, that can be argued. You know, the founders intended on us having a logical, common sense immigration system, not being overwhelmed by millions and millions. So they created this issue knowing that people's heartstrings will be pulled. Well, then they're going to turn that, because they knew what would happen when the conservatives got in there. Because what's happened now, in my opinion, is the Democrat
I'm
Party.
sorry, Randy, can you give me 2 seconds? Because I just saw something and I want to do this really quick before this person leaves.
You bet.
Fucking W's in the chat for Feisty. Massive W's in the chat for Feisty, who sent a $100 donation saying, Feisty holiday love. Feisty, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for being absolutely amazing. You're fucking awesome. Thank you. I saw that you said you're getting ready to step away, and I wanted to make sure that I showed you some love before you did. So guys, just fucking keep it going. Massive W's in the chat for Feisty. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I completely understand. Got to do your thing. I'm a little bit new to doing this and watching you guys. You're actually only the second one I've ever talked to, but your other buddy I tried to talk to one time. But anyway, back to my point. I want to say, I think his name was Parker.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I have a lot of buddies.
And he was, but I never got a chance to for whatever reason. But so I think my point was, I believe they built this situation, and it's, in my opinion, unfortunately, because of who I vote for, it's working. They've turned this massive immigration issue into a thing, and it should have never happened in the first place. And so you say, what's going to happen if the tide sways back to the other way? Unfortunately, we're going to see probably what happened when Biden took office. In my opinion, the liberal Democrats are going to come in and they're going to weak on crime. They're going to open the borders. They're going to give everything away. And here we're going to be, if Lord forbid Newsom was to ever get into office, it's going to be a big California, which is absolutely jacked up beyond belief. How you can tank California just blows my mind, but that's a whole different subject. So that's my opinion. You brought that up, and that's kind of what I thought. I'm curious on what you think.
Yeah, I think a lot. One quick question for you before I get into anything else. You said the Biden administration came into office and they opened up the border. What did they do to open the border?
Well, what did they do to open the border? They overturned what was already in place,
Which was
trying to seal the border to the best that they possibly could, which it was working. It wasn't
wait,
completely
no. I want to be really specific. What did they overturn that had the border sealed?
I don't have that information directly in front of me, and I'm not cheating and trying to work on a computer or anything. I'm just going off of memory.
Okay,
and I apologize, my memory doesn't work quite as well.
No, you're perfectly fine. I mean, it literally is just a leading question to try to see how much you know and where to go. I can give you the answer. Well, they didn't overturn anything. You're referring to Title 42. Title 42 was in place, and that was a response to the pandemic. And when Biden got into office, he actually fought to try to keep Title 42 in place, which actually allowed the border to be shut down. Prior to that, Donald Trump was fighting for his life when it came to border crossings. And the only reason it kind of slowed is because of Title 42 and the pandemic. But then Biden tried to keep it in place, but the Supreme Court actually ruled that he couldn't keep Title 42 in place because we were out of the pandemic. So he didn't do anything to open the border. It was literally the actual pandemic that gave the power to close down the border.
So what happened was when he overturned Title 42, he was trying to
He didn't overturn Title 42.
Well, what you just said, I apologize. I may be wording that incorrectly, but they were trying to put into place.
The point that I'm trying to get across is the Biden administration did not want Title 42 gone. The Supreme Court said he had to actually remove it and reopen entry to the border.
So I guess here's my point. Mm-hmm. Look at what Trump did when he took office. He fixed it. Mm-hmm.
He did.
Simple. He fixed it. Simple. It's fixed. He stopped and he made the border sealed. And I think anybody to do that, mm-hmm. He passed the rules and updated, give the Border Patrol different. I'm going to use rules of engagement because that's what I know. Different rules of engagement, and didn't allow people the soft on border policies that we had.
He didn't do any of those things.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Let me throw it back to you, and let me see what you say. How did Trump fix the border? Or first of all, do you even think he fixed it?
No.
No. Okay.
But the reason why border crossings are down is because of cruelty.
Because of cruelty. Okay, mm-hmm. So cruelty is closing the border to you. Mm-hmm. Cruelty is requiring people to go through ports of entry mm-hmm. and to do it the legal way. That's cruel.
No, that's not cruelty.
Okay, so what's cruel about having a solid border in place? What's cruel about that?
I didn't say there's anything cruel about having a solid border in place. What I said, the way that Donald Trump has been able to decrease border crossing is through cruelty, meaning Donald Trump has been violating the human rights and civil rights of undocumented immigrants. He's been utilizing ICE to detain them and put them in concentration camp for free slave labor. And he has also landed the United States on a human rights watch list, which has also decreased the amount of dang it, what's the thing called? Like when people visit from other countries. Why am I fucking blanking on the word? Holy smokes. What's the word? Tourism. God damn it. Yes. Holy shit. I had a brain fart. Yes, it's decreased the amount of tourism that's affected like some of our largest areas, such as Las Vegas. Las Vegas this year has lost over $85 billion in tourist revenue because of the actual policies of the Trump administration. And also other cities and states like Los Angeles, California, like New York, tourism is down in all those countries as well. So the point that I'm making is while Donald Trump has slowed people coming into the country, it's all because of cruelty. He has not signed any type of policy, bill, or legislation that actually addresses the border. He's just literally been victimizing people, and people don't want to come to the country.
I agree with part of what you said, and the part of the fact is he has used the word slowed. I find that quite humorous. That the last 7 months we've had no border crossings at all.
Where are you getting that information from? Have you verified that outside of Donald Trump?
No, I wouldn't say it's from Donald Trump that I've verified it through, but the sources that I've verified it through are reading online.
Reading what? Be specific. Give me something to look at.
There's Newsmax, there's Fox, there's a number of different.
And Fox. Okay. So let's hey, lock in. We about to fact check this shit. All right. What I want to see. Let's see.
I think the point is, here we are. And then while you're looking up and doing your thing, what I find funny from Democrats is that you guys can try to.
Also, I'm not a Democrat.
Well, maybe you're a libertarian or independent.
I'm not a libertarian or independent. I'm a leftist. Democrats are weak. They're a bunch of cowards. They're just as bad as Republicans, MAGA, like conservatives. All of you guys are like suck ass.
That makes me understand you a little better, because Democrats of old were I use the word fiscal Democrats because that's what my parents were, and they were great people. They believed in sealed borders or legal immigration. I keep saying that, and that's wrong. It's like you use the word undocumented. You're not undocumented when you come across the Rio Grande with a little kid floating through the river. You sneak through the barbed wire, and you come in illegally. That's not undocumented. That's called illegal. But the problem is, see, you people don't understand that word.
Well, what you don't understand is that you think that you can call someone illegal, and that's dehumanizing. You think that
I don't care about dehumanizing. Illegal. That's the problem.
I know you don't, because again, when I sat there and told you that Donald Trump was utilizing cruelty, you didn't bat an eye. You immediately went on to something else. You didn't address me even saying that Donald Trump was detaining people and using them for free slave labor. So I know you don't care about dehumanizing.
I wanted to let you speak, so I didn't want to.
That's part of why you support Donald Trump. But I'm sitting here telling you it's undocumented, right? The reason why I don't say illegal is, one, people can't be illegal. Two, you can't be illegal on fucking stolen land. And three, you got the right one today, because I don't give a shit about borders. Honestly, the only reason I play this border game is because this is what you guys like to talk about. But for me, I don't give a fuck who comes across the border. Like, that doesn't matter to me. Like, you guys are so sitting here saying, oh, they're here and they're going to take our country. There's not enough resources. Most of the country lives on the East Coast or the West Coast. The fucking middle of the country is pretty much empty. We can fill up the middle of the country with people. And then you guys don't even think about the actual amount that they add to our country, whether we talk about taxes, whether we talk about them actually providing a better life for American citizens, and then them actually traveling here just to actually get an opportunity at being something in a country that is worth being at. Like, literally, we portrayed ourselves as the shining city on the hill. Like, that's what we told the rest of the world. And now you guys are pissed off because people keep coming here. And if the United States of America would stop fucking destabilizing other people's countries like they're trying to do in Venezuela right now, then maybe these undocumented immigrants would stop coming to our country. You guys always talk this shit about, oh, we need this, we need that, we need to spread democracy. But yet you guys don't stand on the shit that you say. So when you sit here and you say that people are illegal, no, they're not illegal. You're just a piece of shit. Anyway, the point that I was trying to make when I originally said this is, even if you look at the CPB numbers, right? Talking about the border crossings.
Yeah.
Even their numbers don't say that there's been 0 border crossings in the last 7 months. Now, while I don't trust their numbers, they are saying that it's down 92%.
I don't trust.
Why would I trust the numbers that are being reported when the Trump administration is openly stopped collecting data, has not put out data, and has admitted that they don't want to track certain data? Why would I trust that information?
If that information came from the Biden administration, would you trust it?
If it would come from any other administration prior to the Trump administration, whether it was Bush, Biden, Obama, Reagan, Jimmy Carter, I don't care. Yes, but the Trump administration has openly admitted that they do not want to collect data. They said that. Donald Trump has been on the record saying that he doesn't want to collect data. They've stopped collecting data from other entities. And hell, even when you talk about this inflation number that they just put out, they left 42 days worth of data out and then put out numbers. What kind of shit is that?
I find it ironic that you would try to throw the Trump administration under the bus on data when the last administration, Biden administration, just came out of office and they're gone. And the data that you say you would accept from them when they lied about the Russia hoax, they lied about the laptop, they lied about the unemployment numbers.
They didn't lie about any of those things. You just don't know things, and you haven't looked anything up. Just like I said, hey, where did you get the actual no crossings from? You said Newsmax and Fox. Fuck out of here. One, neither one of those are actually reputable. Two, I have gone to the actual source, and they're not even saying that. And three, you're not addressing the point that I just made, that even Donald Trump himself has said that he doesn't want to collect data. Why would I trust data when the person is telling us that he doesn't want data?
That data came from the Border Patrol, so I would believe that you could. But I understand that you and I are going to disagree in that particular. I would never expect us to agree, especially if you're far left. Because as far as I'm concerned, I think you've fallen off the face of the earth. I think you should wake up, grow up, and learn something.
I'm 38 years old. I have multiple degrees. I am well educated, well traveled, and I understand things way better than you.
I'm glad you believe that.
I know that
I learn every day. I have many accolades, and I'm not going to sit here and try to play that accolade game. I believe what I believe, and I live the world of truth.
You believe what you believe based off of your fifis. Like, you don't build your actual opinion based off of facts. Like, if you actually had facts, then I could understand and respect your opinion. But your opinion is not based off of facts. Like, literally, you're sitting up here spewing misinformation when you don't know things.
Well, see, you take a professional guy like you, that's what you do, is you sit here and talk about facts. Me, I'm just a normal citizen that has worked his ass off his whole life. I've made a very good life for myself. I ran a
professional guy. What do you mean?
102 different locations, and I don't do this for a living like you do. So when you ask me where my sources are from, I basically said the two things that pop in my head. I have read.
I'm not even talking about that, right? I'm not even talking about like how often you do this on a day-to-day basis. Like,
because I don't.
Granted,
you're the second guy I've ever talked to.
That's fine. That's fine. The point that I'm making, though, is anytime that you're going to engage in a conversation about anything, like, why wouldn't you want to be educated? Like, for me, right? For me, I'm a huge Lakers fan. Love my LA Lakers. I don't debate Lakers or the NBA based off of not knowing anything. I don't say that I think that Luka's going to win the MVP this year, which I do, just because he's a Laker. It's because I'm looking around the rest of the league. I know the current standings. I know how Luka's playing. I know the history and what it takes to become the MVP. And so I base my opinion off of facts and information. So what I'm saying is, if you're going to speak on something, then you should at least, thank you for the crown, be able to say, hey, I'm speaking on this because I have this information. But what you're saying is, I heard this. You haven't tried to verify anything that you heard.
I base my opinion on what I see, what I live, and the border is sealed.
The border is not sealed.
I know that, but you won't.
How is the border sealed?
You won't admit it.
How is the border sealed?
And let me ask you this then.
No. I'm not going to let you get away from this. I'm not going to let you get away from it.
We're not going to come together on the border.
No,
it's very simple. How is it sealed?
It's not coming together. Tell me what piece of legislation was passed to seal the border.
There's your game. What piece of legislation? They didn't need to pass legislation like Biden said. We've got to have Congress act to seal the border. That was such a bunch of bullshit.
That was absolute legislation.
It won't.
You cannot seal the border. The border is not sealed. That's the point that I'm making. You're saying
you're using a play on words. You're using a play on words.
I'm using the word that you used.
I would agree with you then. Let me go with this, and I'll agree with you on one thing. There is no legislation passed that's going to seal the border properly, because you are right. It would be really nice if they would pass legislation, solve this DACA problem, solve all of this problem, get this thing fixed to where these people that have been in the country illegally for too long, they do not deserve due process, because in the founders' papers, they never intended.
Yeah, I'm going to stop you right there. I don't give a shit if you think that they should, or if you feel like they should have due process, like that's not your decision. Undocumented immigrants get access to due process under the United States Constitution, and it has been litigated multiple times. I understand that you have big feelings and you don't feel like they should, but your feelings don't mean shit because the Supreme Court has ruled on this twice. Twice. I'm going to send you a request to unmute.
Oh, I think, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
On my phone. I apologize. My phone acted up there. That's the great part of being able to talk to you guys. That's why I did it, because we can at least talk about this. Granted, we're probably never going to agree, but it was never intended for the system to work like it did. It was never intended for in my opinion, a treasonous president to open the border. And I agree. You'll rip me apart. You will.
Wait, hold on. Seriously. We can talk about whatever you want, but like, please stop giving your opinion based off of things that aren't true, right? I want to, like, we need to, me and you right here, right now, we need to get to a baseline of understanding. And the baseline of understanding is, one, Joe Biden, Joseph Robinette Biden, did not open the borders. That's not how it works. And number two, Donald Timothy Trump, since returning to office, has not closed the borders. That's not how it works. We need to live in this reality right here, right now, today, where these things are facts, because both of those things are facts. You can talk about how people came in under the Biden administration, and we can talk about it. We can talk about how people are not coming in under the Trump administration. We can talk about it. But you cannot say that Joe Biden opened the border, and you cannot say that Donald Trump closed the border, because those things are not true. Are we good?
I would have to agree with you.
All right.
Because of your wording, because of the way you worded it. And I didn't word it that way.
No,
so I guess
this is the truth.
Oh, no, you're right. The truth is Biden didn't control the border, and Trump did control the border.
I didn't say that. You're being disingenuous. Listen.
That's the truth, though. Because the numbers
Did I
count.
say that?
I'm reading into what you're saying.
No. I don't listen. I don't need you to read into what I'm saying, because you're not smart enough to do that. You're not smart enough to read in between the lines. If I drop any type of subtle hints, any type of jewels, there may be people here that's smart enough to pick up on it, but you're not one of them. I promise you, I'm speaking to you very plain, because you've already shown me that you don't have the ability to either understand or you're willfully disingenuous. So I'm not speaking in code. I'm not, layering things. I'm being very plain and very direct. So please don't misinterpret any words that I'm saying. I'm being very specific with the words that I'm saying. W's in the chat for, I think it's pronounced Zine, who sent a $5 donation saying, you're a gem and I wish I could give more. Thank you so much, friend. I really, really appreciate it. I had lung surgery and I was out of work for most of 2025. Now I'm freaking out that my health insurance is going up $480 extra a month. I hate it here. Same here, friend. Like, that is fucking crazy. I don't understand how people can just sit here and justify the increased cost of healthcare, understanding that like it's going to be overwhelmingly harmful to everyone. Like, it's wild. W's in the chat for Gerard, who sent a $1 donation saying, Randy, if you believe what you have seen at the border, wait, hold on. If you believe what you see, have you been to the border, or are you basing it rather on what you see? Like, the problem that I have when people say, it's what I see, is unless you guys are omnipresent, then I don't know what the fuck is happening. W's in the chat for Forrest for the $20 donation saying, thank you for your patience and calm demeanor while you debate actual skid marks on the underwear of society. I'm trying to be calm, Forrest. Sometimes I don't achieve that, but I really, really try. W's in the chat for Patty for the $5 Canadian say, school this fool. Also, where did you buy the mug? My wife bought this mug for me. It says, bite me. She bought this mug for me, I think like at Home Goods or something. I don't know. My wife does like all the cool stuff. I just benefit from it. So not sure. W's in the chat for Sakura, who sent a $10 super chat to say the guest has nothing but feelings and Newsmax talking points. W Santana for the dog walking with this guy. Yeah. W's in the chat for I think it's pronounced Devetta Knight, who sent a $2 super chat to say Fox testified against their own claims in court. Yes, Fox has admitted that they are a entertainment source, not a news source. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the dollar donations, and I really wish MAGA would listen. Too many of them just listen to respond. Like, yeah, that's the thing. Guys, if anyone else likes support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, if you look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. This is the backup account, but this is the main account. The main account is so close to 70,000 follows. Make sure you click on the profile picture and press that plus so you can follow the main account. Let's get the main account over 70,000 followers. Last but not least, let's knock out the donuts. Do all the wonderful things. Randy, are you still there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. Randy?
I find it funny. I find it funny what some of the people say. I find it funny and ironic because I probably feel the exact same way that they do, just back at them. Okay. And it's funny how in life things happen, and you get a guy like yourself that all you do is sit in front of a computer and read statistics and whatever you're reading to keep up on the daily process. When us normal folks live it. And people say,
you don't think
well, have you been to the border? Have you live on? No, I don't live on the border. No, I haven't been to the border.
Do you think I don't live it?
I don't know what you do other than what I see you do on here. And it appears to me
so
that
you just made an assumption.
Yeah, I did. That's what you do in life. Life is a plural of many years of assumptions. And that's how you live, is you make an assumption and you move on that assumption.
Hey, Randy, what happens when you make an assumption?
You assume. Sometimes an assumption makes an ass out of you. Sometimes it makes an ass out of me.
And your assumptions seem to have made an ass out of you, Randy, because like instead of actually being direct and say, you don't have to make assumptions. You can be direct and say, hey, what about this? What about that? How do you feel about this? You're just making assumptions, and your assumptions are absolutely wrong.
I think
so as far as like just sitting here and reading off statistics, no, I live in the real world. I do read, right? I do gain information, but I literally live in the real world. Anywho, go ahead.
So how do you feel, or what do you feel about Biden stopping the wall? He stopped construction of the wall January 2021.
I don't give a shit.
Okay.
I don't. The border wall is ineffective. And the reason being is because while there is a need for a wall, there's more effective ways to actually safeguard the border. I am someone who believes in advanced technology. So the thing that I would like to see, if you're going to address the border, is comprehensive legislation that also allocate funds to the Border Patrol, to hiring more judges, to new technology like drones that could patrol the border, different things like that. I think building a wall and just having the wall sit there is absolutely asinine because, as Jay-Z once said, build your walls, we build tunnels. Like they literally build tunnels. They literally have ladders to get over it. Like, I think just saying that, oh, the wall is what we need, I think that's absolutely asinine. There's so many better things that we can do than a wall.
I would agree. I would 100% agree. And that's exactly what's happening. It's funny you bring that up because the wall is just one part of it. They're hiring new Border Patrol agents. They're using many advanced technology items, drones.
Tell me one. Tell me one piece of technology that has received additional funding under the Trump administration when it comes to the border.
Drones. They've done drones.
When did they allocate new funds?
That was that past the big beautiful bill. It was in there. All of the extra money.
That literally did not allocate any funds for drones.
Open funds
with the BBB, the BBB that allocated additional funds to ICE, but they didn't allocate additional funds to the Border Patrol. They didn't actually increase their budget. They didn't hire new judges. That's not what happened.
Well, they're trying to get new judges because what they wanted to try to do was activate National Guard to help cover some of the positions to help.
They're not trying to get new judges. What they did was actually expand the role of Border Patrol agents, and they replaced some of the actual people that were passing judgment with Trump-based lawyers and gave them the ability to pass ruling as a judge. They're not even looking to hire new judges.
Yeah, they're trying to do something to get people to come through is what they're trying to do to where
Donald Trump is trying to reduce legal migration.
Well, that I 100% wouldn't agree, but that's
what he's doing. He not only is he trying to do that. See, this is the thing that people don't talk about. Donald Trump, within his first administration, had that as a policy, reducing legal migration, and also that was in Agenda 47. And so, what they've done to reduce legal migration they've done things like price out asylum seekers, meaning there are now fees. There's yearly fees. There's application fees. There's all these different types of fees associated with asylum seeking, which was not a thing prior to Donald Trump. But he's also taken the actual amount of refugees that can come into the country. Be specific, for the country of Africa, there used to be 150,000 refugees that are allowed into the US, but Donald Trump specifically has reduced that number from 150,000 to 7,500 and has said that he will prioritize white South Africans. So literally, the Trump administration is doing everything that they can to reduce legal migration. They're even looking at reducing the H-1B visas. Like they're trying to reduce legal migration.
He's trying to get a handle on what is an open problem, and we just had great evidence of this many of times recently, where these illegal aliens and these people that have came here with their visas have killed people.
Randy, you're on TikTok Live. I know you said you're not used to it. First and foremost, you can't say the K word. You have to say unalive. This is a kids app. So
I'm sorry. Okay.
The other thing is while you're on my platform, please respect my boundaries. My boundaries is that we call them undocumented immigrants. So like, I don't want to hear you say the term illegal aliens again, or I'm going to kick you. I'm just letting you know, and I'm being very frank and fair. So please respect my boundary.
Well, then let me do this. I'll respect your boundary, and you can call them what you would like. And I think you and I will at this point agree to disagree. And I won't come back on your live anymore because I'm not going to give in to what you feel is not right.
Sir, this is not an airport. This is a Wendy's. You can just leave. I don't give a fuck. You think you just hurt my feelings by saying I won't come back? The fuck? I think you have this confused, friend. I don't need you. You guys are weird. You guys are absolutely weird. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
I did not.
I'm sorry, you're cutting out. Can you say that again? All right, I'm going to drop you because I can't hear what you're saying. I don't know if you said that you meant to be here or not. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are not talking to friendlies. Okay, I think we're clear. A couple of quick thank yous. W's in the chat for Jessica. Jessica sent a $2 donation saying, imagine that MAGA is so out of agreement that they're trying to attack you for reading and critical thinking. I don't understand why. Like it's really weird that they think like actually having information is a bad thing. Hi, are you
No,
Trump
I'm
supporter?
gone.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Yeah, I'm gonna think that was a tapping error. Okay. W's in the chat for Rhonda for the $5 donation saying this Randy guy should listen to his own words. He keeps saying you all have all the time look at things up, but us normal people in basic terms got off on our fifis. Randy, you sound idiotic. He did. He absolutely did. And I don't understand anyone that just speaks from feelings. It's weird. W's in the chat for Kyla, who sent a $10 donation saying I own and operate a blue collar business and yet somehow keep myself informed politically instead of basing my opinions on what I see. I don't know, maybe I'm just superhuman. I love you, keep it up. I think you are superhuman. If any of you guys are able to actually keep up with stuff, and I'm always here behind the computer, but you guys can, keep up with stuff. You guys are all fucking superhumans. Not me though. W's in the chat for Carol Ann, who sent a $5 donation saying, love what you do, Santana. I find it hilarious that Randy sat here trying to act as if he knows anything about you aside from the fact that you educate yourself, which he's trying to put you down for. Pathetic. Absolutely. I mean, I think that was absolutely weird, that it was a bad thing for him. Randy, did you come back to say that you understand boundaries now and we can continue our conversation?
Yeah, I won't say what you don't want me to say, but I just have one thing I want to bring up because I want to show all your viewers and prove you wrong that you aren't always right and that you're not as well educated as you think.
Okay, that's fine. You got to hold on. W's in the chat for Megan. Megan sent a $2 super chat to say sorry. Megan, you don't have to say sorry. No. You said you could have said in a crown. Megan, you're perfectly fine. I mean, any way that you decide to support, I love it so much. Thank you. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Megan. W's in the chat for Kirsten, who sent a $2 super chat to say Randy isn't political. He's just a Trump super fan. I believe that. I absolutely know that's the case. W's in the chat for Rhonda for the $2 donation saying, from Josie, the other Rhonda. Exactly. Thank you so much, Josie. I really appreciate the $2 donation. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 250,000 likes. And can we knock out the donuts? That's the daily gift goal. Can we knock out the donuts, please? Please. Can we knock out the donuts? Randy, I know you have something and you're here to prove whatever you have to prove, blah, blah, blah. But sending you a request to come off mute. Can you just address one thing for me really quick before you get into it?
Sure.
Randy, how do you feel about the chat and them sniffing out the fact that you really don't care about like the things that you say you care about, but you really more so care about dehumanizing people? Like, what do you think about that one?
I truly think it's just a difference in what people's opinions are of what they feel is dehumanizing and what I feel is acceptable and not acceptable.
So do you think that, okay, to make this fair, is there anything that you think the Trump administration is currently doing when it comes to immigration? Thank you for the cake. The way that they're going about immigration, their deportation process, like all the stuff that they're doing with ICE, is there anything that you would say is unacceptable?
I'm not going to beat around the bush. There's times I think it's unacceptable that they have to do what they do in the sanctuary cities, because I really feel and I wish we didn't have to do it in that manner.
What do you mean? Be specific. I'm a little confused.
When the federal government's not working with the local and state agencies that are there. So say, for example, in LA, the LA Police Department has their own philosophy on how they're going to police people, and they're not working with the federal government. So that requires the federal government to have to come in and use different tactics, like going to a Home Depot parking lot, which I don't think that's great. I really don't. But unfortunately, they've made it more difficult, and they're still trying to do a job. and that's the job that he was voted to do. So I would agree with you in a sense, but I think it's a broader situation than that, where I just find it hard to believe that the police agencies, when there is an actual detainer for these people, that they don't just work together and take care of the situation to where we could focus on the illegal people. Sorry, I didn't mean to use that word.
It's all good. Keep going. I can tell you didn't mean to do it.
The people that have done something wrong, convicted criminals would be the word I should use.
Just to verify though, what about like the actual actions of ICE, right? The way that they're proceeding with things. Do you have any issues with the actual actions of ICE?
A little. I would say a little. It's a sticky situation in the fact that I feel they're put in kind of a bad spot, because you don't hear complaints outside of areas, at least I don't hear them, outside of areas that aren't sanctuary cities. That's where you hear all the complaining, where they don't want them to go. The other places that want them to go, they're asked them to come and work with them and work together with them. So they're put in a bad situation. And I think they're doing the job that they were hired to do. And do I agree with it? Totally. I wish we could come together as a people and do it in a different manner.
Okay. One more question here, and because I'm going somewhere with this.
Okay. I figured
if you had to put like a percentage as far as how much you support ICE, what percentage would that be?
80.
80%. Okay.
Thought of that quick, shot off the top of my head. 80.
Okay, cool. Real quick thought experiment. You and I, we can agree on a couple of things, right? We can agree that we should protect kids, right?
Right.
You and I can agree that SA of kids is unacceptable, right?
That what? I apologize, I didn't catch what you just said.
SA.
SA of kids. I don't understand
I can't say the word because of TikTok purposes. It's the schmexual assault.
I got you. I got you. It's an 110%. I think anybody that takes advantage of a child or even an adult, but mostly a child, is a sick individual.
Absolutely agree. Have you heard about HR 4371?
No.
Okay. HR 4371 is a resolution that just passed through the House. It's with the Senate now, and they're trying to sign it into law. And what HR 4371 will actually do is it'll allow ICE agents to conduct conduct cavity searches of unaccompanied minors, 13 years of age or older, without consent from any type of guardian, parents, custodian, social workers, lawyer, any of that. They can actually search these 13-year-olds. So I guess my question now is, how do you feel about a piece of legislation going through Congress that is led by the Republicans that will give ICE the coverage to legally SA kids?
As I look, and I am looking just to see what it's about, briefly reading over it, because I did hear about it. Now that you said, I couldn't remember the number. The way they have it worded is a bit different, and it's really, they're trying to state that it's going to be related more for gang-related tattoos and markings. So somebody that exhibits a look, maybe would be the right way to put it.
Yeah, they can profile them.
Yep,
which justification.
I believe in profiling, so that's probably where we'll agree to disagree. But I believe in profiling. What? I believe
really quick, Randy. Are you a white man?
Yeah.
Okay, of course.
But I don't know why that really matters.
Because white men don't necessarily worry about profiling, and so that would make sense that you aren't worried about being a victim of profiling. Where other marginalized communities, especially Black people, tend to be profiled. And, that leads to over policing, over arresting, and such a high exoneration rate. Things like stop and frisk has given PTSD to Black people. So like profiling is not good. Anyway, it makes sense. Go ahead.
So the way they word it, it sounds like it's something they're trying to do for all the right reasons, not necessarily the wrong reasons. And I think that's why you're going to see where the two parties disagree. It says right here, the ACLU and KIND argue that the bill authorizes invasive bodily searches, potentially including strip searches of minors, and will lead to prolonged and psychological harm through mass detention and family separation. Well, if you look at the supporters, proponents argue it closes a dangerous loophole that allows violent criminals to enter the country and prevents children from being placed in unsafe or abusive homes. So if that is true and we can save a child from being placed in an unsafe or abusive home, then, oh my gosh, that's awesome. That's exactly what we want to do. There needs to be some boundaries, in my opinion, and the boundaries would be whatever the rules they're going to put behind this. Children found to have gang affiliations or criminal histories must be placed. The sad part is, in today's world, is that they're taking these kids that are under 18 years old, and that's kind of who they focus on, because the rules have always stated they're going to be the ones that don't get prosecuted because they're not of age. Well, that's kind of starting to come around a little bit. I've always said that if you do an adult crime, you're going to do adult time. But that's not the law of the land. So,
so
this is a sticky.
Let me do this because, like I think in practice, in principle, the actual sentiment behind it, I can understand the sentiment behind all of it, right? When you talk about the supporters and the detractors, right? I can understand that. But let's talk about reality, right? What do you know about what's been happening with ICE since Donald Trump has taken over?
Only what I've read and what I've seen in the news, which is going to be all the same stuff that you've seen, because I listen and read a different plethora of sources.
And did you see that they have had to reduce their physical requirement standards twice before completely eliminating it?
I knew they had changed their physical standards. Yes, I did not realize they had completely eliminated. That must be somewhat recent. So
yeah, it's been within the last month, because they still couldn't get people passing the physical portion of it. Did you know that they have reduced the amount of time that you have to spend in I guess, for lack of better words, call it basic training?
Yeah, I did. They did that quite some time ago. They reduced that. Yes, I did know that.
Did you know it takes longer to become a barber than it does to become an ICE agent?
I wouldn't doubt that one bit.
Yeah. Did you know that they have reduced the requirements when it comes to the background checks?
The background checks I did not know. I thought they still did a pretty thorough background check on them.
No, they've reduced the overall requirements. Now, to be fair, I don't know what those reductions are, but they have officially reduced them. They're utilizing specific companies, and they've given the specific companies the requirements that they have, but they have laxed them in order to be able to increase their numbers.
Yeah, I'm just looking it up right now. They've changed the age. They've upped the age cap to where you can be older. Education and experience. There's no college degree requirement. And now there's additionally no previous law enforcement experience required for many of their positions. Used to be you had to take, I didn't know they did that, long-standing 5-week Spanish language training requirement. That's no more. Yeah, there's quite a few changes.
Do you know who now has taken? Oh, one last thing. Did you know that they're also offering a $50,000 signing bonus?
Yeah, signing bonuses up to 50, education benefits up to 60,000, enhanced pay.
Do you know who has seen all of these things and was like, can't pass that up? Definitely want to be a member of ICE.
I apologize, I'm not understanding your question. Do I know somebody that has become an ICE?
No, there's specific people who see like all of these changes and like, yep, this is for me. You know who those people are?
No, I do not.
Hate groups. There's been a uptick as far as people that are members of the Boogaloo Boys and the Proud Boys that are openly joining ICE.
Well, I would not agree with that if that is true, because I don't believe any of those hate groups. I don't like that. That's not who I support and not who I believe in. I may be.
But they vote with you.
I agree. But then there's people on your side that I don't agree with either, that I think are also hateful, that I don't necessarily think you're probably hateful like them, mean, and you don't seem like that. So,
I mean, you don't seem like a mean or hateful person overall either, but I mean, you did vote alongside the Klan. So there's that.
Well, I love how you throw that one out there.
I mean, but tell me it's not true.
I have my I don't want to go down the Klan hole. I really don't. In today's world, I think we've hopefully all got past that, and that we all know that each one of our groups have changed their voting over the years. Just like you just said, you're a far left Democrat. You're not a Democrat of 30 years ago. You're not even close.
No,
you're not even in the same ballgame. So if you're a far left Democrat, you're a Democrat of today, which literally
I'm not a Democrat at all. I'm a leftist. I mean, again, the title of I think the two-party system in our country is stupid because of the actual diversity of thought overall within our country. I understand that people like communists, socialists, they vote on the left with Democrats, and I understand that people like conservatives, libertarians, white nationalists, they vote on the right with the Republican Party. I think that sitting here saying that either one of the party represents the mass of the American people is absolutely asinine. But that's it. But again, the hard point that I'm trying to drill down to is like, while we can definitely admit that both sides have like bad people or horrible ideology in one way, shape, or the other, I don't think we can both agree that that we voted with the Klan.
Yeah, and I'm not touching the Klan thing. I'm leaving that out. I'm not touching the Klan thing.
All right, the point that I'm getting to, right, is with reducing all of these standards and getting to a point where the actual ICE, the people that are joining ICE, for a lack of a better word or a lack of a better phrase, they're a bag full of deplorables or basket full of deplorables, right? And these people, while in premise, I understand the piece of legislation that's being passed, they are people that will exploit this loophole and use it for the point that I made, which is legalize SA.
Boy, I know they have in place, because they state it right here that they have in place background checks, and in their criminal background checks, they are checking for things, domestic violence, strong arm robbery, history of disqualifying criminal backgrounds, which would include affiliation with those hate groups. And that's all part of their new criminal background discovered late. Failed screenings, they will have some of those. That can happen. I think it can happen in any particular profession. And hopefully you can weed out what they call the bad actors. How is the administration stopping the bad actors? Continuous vetting. They're trying to do that as they go on. Removal post facto.
Hey, question for you. Because you said the background checks, in which I do understand the background checks.
They're even polygraph. Not to interrupt.
Yeah, they do. They do. Do you know what percentage of SA and grapes aren't reported?
I now know what SA means, but I don't know what grapes.
I know grapes. It's the R word, but you can't say the R word. Oh, it's connected with SA.
I don't. Those things absolutely. Yeah. I don't.
So based off of the Bureau of Justice, the data that they actually, and even there's information listed here from the NIH as well, but 65% of grapes aren't reported and 74% of SAs aren't reported. The point that I'm trying to make with that is just because there's a background or a screening, it does not mean that it's going to be something that it's picked up, and these people that are committing these crimes are going to be ones that are caught, because more than likely they're not going to even ever have been reported. That's the problem.
Yeah, anything you say about that, I'm going to have to agree with you on. It's a problem. That's horrible. I hope it doesn't happen. I wish we could find the people. I have a special place where I think they need to go. And me and you are both going to agree on that. If there's bad people sneaking through and doing any kind of a essay or a grape, I can't even say, I don't think I can say what I want to say because it probably is against some rule. That's horrible. That's where you and I are probably in full and 100% agreement. But if you don't mind, let me bring up one thing. The reason why
because I was really trying to get to, how about I fast track it? Because I was really trying to get to a point when it comes to the overall premise as far as why this is bad. I promise I'll make it really quick. Let me just say a couple quick thank yous and I'll speed through it. W's in the chat for Amanda. Amanda sent a $11 donation saying, I've been feeding my sourdough starter. I don't know how to make bread, so I'm gonna take your advantage. I'm gonna take your word for that, whatever feeding means. Brady Mercury, while listening to your lives, and he's thriving. Either he loves the sound of your voice or he enjoys the taste of MAGA nincompoop's tears. Either way, thank you. I don't know, I don't know how to make sourdough bread, so I'm just gonna have to take her word on that one. W's in the chat for Kat. Hey Kat, I hope you're doing well. Kat sent a $20 donation saying, OMG, the bloody toaster is back. Sawed off, Randy. That wasn't from me. That was from Kat. W's in the chat for Grace sent a $3 donation saying, it's interesting to me that the guest was here speaking from a place of feelings the entire time, but as soon as you brought up this topic, he decided to do research. You know what? I'm sorry, but I think it's kind of fair. I'm glad that he is, because like this is an important topic, and speaking from a place of understanding and education is the only way that we can really talk about something this serious. So I appreciate it. W's in the chat for Carol Ann, who sent a $3 donation saying, come on, Santana, we can't expect Randy to take responsibility for voting alongside the Klan. MAGA supporters are incapable of holding themselves accountable for anything, especially their racism. W's in the chat for Carol Ann. W's in the chat for Cullen, who sent a $4.99 YouTube super chat. Just sent love. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for the Bells Pepper 37, who just became a late night tuber. W's in the chat for Noel, who sent a $10 super chat to say a large majority of mass pew-pews are done by right-wing extremists. Please ask the maggot if he'd sign off on ICE profiling white Republicans if they happen to have pew-pews on them. Pew-pews are firearms. What do you think about that one, Randy? Are you good with profiling white Republicans?
If we meet a criteria, if we're carrying ourselves in a manner that to them seems dangerous, then I think profiling is okay for any race, color, creed.
They're sitting here saying the actual coverage would be the fact that most of the mass unaliving events are done by white men that are right-wing extremists.
You know, I don't have that information in front of me, so I'm not really going to bite on that. But I'll go back to what I just said. If there's a reason that they feel they need to come up to me and check me for any reason, I will be respectful. I will listen to what they say. I will follow their orders, and when it's done, I will walk away perfectly fine.
Okay. W's in the chat for Damo for the $5 super chat to say doesn't like hate groups, but admits to practicing prejudice. Interesting. W's in the chat for Damo for the $5 super chat, and W's in the chat for Merida for the $2 super chat to say don't have a lot, but thank you for distracting me while I took my cat to the. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Meredith. I'm really, really sorry to hear that. Hopefully, I've been able to actually give you some type of distraction and I hope your day turns out better. And again, I'm really sorry to hear that. Thank you. W's in the chat for Meredith, guys. W's in the chat for all the donors. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Also, guys, let's go ahead and get the likes up to 300,000 likes. Please, please, please tap the screen. Let's get it up to 300,000 likes. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, you're not following me. Hit that follow button, but follow the main account. The main account is close to 70,000 followers. Make sure we follow the main account. All right, I'm going to speed run this really quick. The point that I'm trying to make is that 90% of ICE is men, white men specifically. And white men lead in not only the distribution of child porn, the P word, while making it and holding it, but they also lead in the amount of touching kids, right? So when you actually take all of those factors in place and you also take the breakdown of ICE and you give them this blanket coverage as far as this legislation being passed where they can legally SA kids, it spells that a lot of bad actors are going to take advantage of this loophole and do this thing. That's the point that I'm making.
If you read out the numbers, that's horrible. I don't have the data that you have there stating what you are stating. I would probably have to agree with you that there's probably going to be, I mean, there's more white men out there as far as color, so that might be
30% of the population.
Yeah, so it could be that's true. It's horrible. I don't even want to try to beat around the bush. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's 30%, and I said that I think last night I said it was 80%, but it looks like they've separated specifically white men and then Hispanic, and so now they're saying that I was saying last night it was 80%. It's actually 72.8%. So it's technically less. I was saying 80%, but now it's 72.8. So 30% of the U.S. population does 72.8% of the touching the kids.
Yeah, and that's I don't think that's right. I think it's. I mean, I don't think the numbers. I'm not saying I think the numbers are wrong.
Yeah, no. This comes from the United States Sentencing Commission.
Anyone that touches child, as far as I'm concerned, I would hope we would be able to find them, prosecute them. I have a special way to prosecute them, but I won't bring it up on here.
Castrate them.
Even worse than
unalive them. I'm good with both.
Unalive would be my recommended way.
Oh, I'm good with that.
I have no use for them on the face of the earth as far as I'm concerned. White, black, brown wouldn't matter to me. Whatever you are, I'm American Indian, so it doesn't matter to me.
Hey, why'd you vote for Trump then?
Oh gosh, we've talked
because you know Trump is deeply rooted and connected with touching kids, right?
I mean, I have it right here in front of me what you're talking about, but
what am I talking about?
Well, there's been some allegations in the past, and none of it has been proven. The only thing that was ever proven was the E. Jean Carroll thing. The other one was dismissed in 2016. There was a deal that was brought up back accusing Trump and Jeffrey Epstein of raping her in 1994.
Right.
That was voluntarily dismissed. Why would you voluntarily dismiss that by the plaintiff? But I don't even want to talk about that because I think it's disgusting. If it did happen, it's disgusting. But we don't have a way of proving that. But yet all of anybody, not even just Democrats, there's a bunch of people across the board keep throwing that out when it's never been proven to this point.
The point that I'm making, though, is like Donald Trump surrounds himself and is connected with a bunch of PDF files, right? Whether you talk about Epstein, which we can talk about him and Donald Trump and his 15-year friendship with them and all the other evidence that's coming out. But you can also talk about like his former religious, God dang it, I'm blanking on the word. It's the person that led one of his religious councils who opened a mega church in Texas. He has been sentenced for being a PDF file. And then you can even talk about like his first nomination for AG, Matt Gaetz, who was found to be a PDF file by the House Republicans. And the only reason that he's not the AG now is because the House Republicans leaked the report to the Senate Republicans, and the Senate Republicans said, hell no, we're not going to vote for him. Spiritual advisor, that's the word I was working for, spiritual advisor. So the point being is Donald Trump continues to surround himself with these predators, these people that are PDF files, and it's concerning.
I think that whole issue.
Cut out.
Call coming in there. I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not really even something I want to touch. I don't like it. I don't believe what people are bringing up about Trump. So I think that's where we can just agree to disagree until it's proven. It's the same people that said, he was in bed with Russia. It's the same people that said the Biden laptop was not real. It's the same people that we sat here talking about me not having knowledge and me not being smart enough because I didn't read about it. Well, there is nothing proving that Trump has done this other than an association.
I agree with that point.
Other than an association with people that are bad people, like Epstein's not a good person. There are so many people associated with that guy that
I agree with that point as well.
It's if it is ever proven that he did do that, then I will categorically put him in the same bucket that you and I just talked about.
But see, listen, this is the only, so you and I agree, because again, while I will say that Donald Trump has done some heinous things, including rape, right? He's great. And I'm not even talking about the E. Jean Carroll case. I'm talking about his ex-wife, right? He literally pulled her hair out and raped her, and she put it in their divorce decree. The day after he did it, he asked her, did it hurt? But like, when it comes to the point of him touching kids, there is no verifiable evidence that I know of. And so that's why I speak from the position as far as like, look at the people that he's putting around him. And that's the concerning part to me. When you continue to surround yourself with PDF files, I don't know. That's a little worrying. Like, and that's what I'm trying to get to. Not saying that he has been convicted of touching kids or anything like that, but there's a lot of people around him that are, and that's concerning.
It's just concerning that we have that problem in the world today as a whole. It's concerning the percentage you brought up. I would agree. I would agree. I'm not going to disagree on that. That's concerning for me. I can't prove it, so I can't judge him for that until it can be proven.
So can we close let's close this point then with with HR 4371. Can we agree that? So when I keep bringing this up, and I brought this up to multiple Trump supporters, and every single person has tried to defend it, right? Has tried to say like, oh, this is what they're trying to do. This is, oh no, it's okay. And none of them have said like, oh no, this is wrong. We need to do something. The point that I'm trying to get across, right, is even if this is needed, right? Because I said in principle, in theory, I understand it. While I don't agree with it, I understand it. There's a lot of laws that I don't agree with, but I understand it. We should be advocating for this bill to not pass the way that it is. At the very least, there should be some type of protections that's put in for these minors, for these kids, where if there has to be an invasive search, that there's some type of representation for those kids, whether it be their legal guardians, parents, custodians, lawyers, social workers, someone there to ensure that the kids aren't violated. And that's at the very least what I've been looking for from a Trump supporter. And everyone that I've had this conversation with so far, none of them have gone that route. All of them have immediately went to, well, this is needed, it's necessary, it's not going to happen. This is a non-point.
No, I would agree with you. Okay. I'm not saying that just because you say you haven't had anybody bring that up. No, I believe you. If you're going to do a search on a young person that's not of age, really, to be honest with you, any person, I don't care if you're of age, somebody needs to be there to ensure that it isn't a bad actor, because there's going to be bad actors. I think you and I both know that. We're going to have bad cops. We're going to have good cops. We're going to have bad politicians. I could be a bad guy for all that knows. Mm-hmm. Hopefully there needs to be some. So if it came down to where you profiled somebody and you saw something that alerted you for whatever reason, mm-hmm. I don't feel there should ever be the right for one person to take an action on that. If anything, that officer should have to call somebody, whatever we deemed as the appropriate person, maybe an outside agency, maybe a supervisor, maybe I don't know. We could sit here and assume, but somebody should be there, and it should be recorded, and it should be able to be viewed by anybody. There shouldn't be this crap where we can't see it. If a child is In fact, as far as I'm concerned, anybody. Let's just even take the child part out. I don't like when they hide it. They should be open enough to be able to show us, and they shouldn't be treated unfairly. They shouldn't be treated poorly. They shouldn't be roughed up. They should do the job they need to do and get out and be respectful.
Yeah, I agree, and I think transparency is the biggest thing, and hopefully, something happens. Can I ask you one more question? This is completely off topic, but I'm just reading this, and you seem like you're someone at the very least that'll give an honest opinion, and this is connected to what we're kind of talking about. Would you mind?
I don't mind.
So it looks like the Justice Department, because the Epstein files were set to be released today, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it looks like the Justice Department has released several 100,000 from the record, but they're saying that it's completely short. It falls completely short of releasing all the documents which were set to be released under the new law. So how do you feel about the Justice Department not releasing all of the information like they were supposed to release and only selecting certain things that they wanted to release?
I think it's complete and total BS, and I'll just use the initials BS because I don't want to say something bad on here. I think they should have released it a long time ago. I think when Trump took office, he promised on it, and I think this is one area where somehow his promise is broken. Whether it's him saying not, whether it's litigation people and the deep state, the swamp rats, the whoever, whatever. I think it all needs to be released and just let the ducks fall where they may. As you can see my duck on screen there. And if Trump is in the middle of it, then his ass needs to fry. If Biden's in the middle of it, his ass needs to fry. Whoever's in the middle of it. The problem is I got a feeling there's going to be some people that are in it and they don't want it out.
The point that I've been making overall is I want them all. I don't care who's in there. I don't care if it's Trump, Obama, Biden, hell, if it's Jimmy Carter, dig him up and lock him up too. I don't care.
I agree.
But so this is a statement they just put out 6 minutes ago. They're saying that they will not comply with the deadline to release the files into the investigation into Epstein, and they will meet the initial deadline. So now they're trying to say that what they're doing is this is them meeting the initial deadline and releasing some of the stuff, but then there will be more stuff that's released at some other point.
Yeah, BS. This is just stupid. I think this is where Trump and his administration are making a mistake. It's giving the other side ammunition to say they're trying to hide something. Get it out. Let it out. I don't think it's going to have anything devastating for Trump, or I personally think it would have already been out. I think the Democrats would have already fished that out. Is there going to be some associations? Probably. But if he is involved, sink his ass. As far as I'm concerned, if that is the case, they're saying that the reason why they're doing this, and this is a direct quote, the DOJ is releasing a massive trench of new documents that the Biden and Obama administration refused to release. So they're trying to say that, the information that they're releasing is stuff that Biden and Obama had, but they didn't release it, but they're not going to release everything else. Yeah, see, that's crap. I don't agree. That's where I don't agree with what they're doing. It should just simply be released. And I know they're going to use the excuse they're trying to make sure to protect the innocent. Well, then go through there real quick and scratch their names out. Because I do agree that there probably are girls or men, I don't know what way they fly.
Victims, just victims.
Victims, there you go. Sorry, I'm trying to think of a word there.
No, you're good.
There's victims that probably don't want their name ran through the mud today. And I get that. I feel for them. I really do. But release it. It's just ridiculous. And Pam Bondi making the comment that the list was on her desk now I think she was completely full of BS. I think that's wrong. That's where I'm not 100% in their border all the time. They make mistakes. I wasn't even going to vote for him until he was the one I had to vote for. But
wait, what?
No, I wasn't a Trump fan, not before.
Okay, wait, hold on. So why'd you vote for him?
Because, truly what happened was as the time progressed, he became the leader of our party. And so that was all I had to vote for was either Trump or Kamala. And I'll be I'll go to heck if I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris. Now, I don't want to go down that rat hole.
No. Because
I don't
again,
want to go down.
it seemed like you and I disagree on quite a few things, but
We do.
you don't seem unreasonable. So I'm trying to understand, because like even Republicans didn't vote for Trump. So I'm super interested to know your reasoning now.
Oh, my biggest reason is I believed in border protection, and I believe in his pro-business aspect, because that's what I am. And when you look at what has happened in the state of California, and you look at how many businesses have been ran out.
Are you in California?
Yes. Oh,
Okay,
absolutely.
cool.
In fact, to be honest with you, I'm in 8 northwestern states, and I have a very, very, very. This is where I can talk, and I got a feeling that maybe my professional expertise would possibly outweigh yours in the area of business, new business, and building business. So if you're in California, and again, I'm in 8 northwestern states, not Midwest and not back east, I feel that his business and how he's trying to be pro-business, I really like what he did with no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax. I don't like
happening.
I don't like how they. Yeah, I was going to kind of try to go there, but I don't like how they put that into play, because I feel like it's a trick. There shouldn't be a 3-year limit. There shouldn't be a dollar limit. If you're going to do no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, then do it. But
yeah, but like that's not even with the limits that were put in place, that's not even happening. That IRS came out and said that there's not going to be any changes to the tax documents. So we're working off of the same documents that we had last year. So there won't be any area to add this new no tax on tips, no tax on overtime deduction.
You got me on that one, but you're asking me why I voted for him. That's why I voted.
Right? No. I was just telling you that.
That's why once it got back to there, if that is true, that's BS. Because I still think that what they ended up doing, and I was told by a friend that they did that to get it put into place, because it's going to be hard to not keep it once Trump's not in office. But anyway, I don't know if I agree with that either.
Well, so
I voted for him for that. I voted for him for business. I voted for him because I wanted the border.
But he's such a bad businessman.
Well, and I don't agree with that, because I'll give you an example. You know, would you agree that Bill Gates is a good businessman?
I think that overall, right?
Okay.
I think that he's been able to manage successful businesses, but I also think that it's a difference with him versus like Donald Trump, because he didn't inherit the actual funds and then go from there. He had to start the business himself. So such as people like, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg. Now, what we can debate is whether they were actually the reason for success, but at the very least, they weren't handed an inheritance where they were able to go from there.
I agree with that. The reason I was bringing up that as an example, because, you always hear people throw Trump under the bus because he's filed bankruptcy on certain businesses. But anybody that's been in business, and that's why I laugh sometimes at people, because they don't have a clue on the business side of things. Not every business venture you do is going to be successful. That is a statistical fact. And you take Bill Gates, for example. He owned what is now called the Moda Center. It's called used to be called the Rose Garden in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah.
And because of a business deal that he did, I know this inherently well, it was for a number of different reasons not a good business deal for him. So what he did is he filed bankruptcy on it. He let that go back. And within the legal time limit, the day after the legal time limit was up, he rebought it back, changed the name to the Moda Center, redid the financing on it, saved billions of dollars in the interest of doing that. So everybody throws business people under the bus because they filed bankruptcy. There were people that were affected by that. There were people that lost their jobs because it happened over a period of time. But it was a business decision that he had to make, and it was a smart business decision. Now, unfortunately, there is some collateral that can periodically happen when that goes on. But when it comes to business, he knows business. He is a brutal, almost, I can't believe I'm going to tell you this, but I will tell you this. How he speaks to people and how he carries himself sometimes sends me through the roof. I feel that he's unprofessional, provoking, but that's my side of the business is a little different. Executives, when they work together, we don't speak with each other. to each other like that in that manner. Speak professionally.
Well, and so let me say this: while I may not have your overwhelming business acumen, like I do have a history and a background, and I've worked for multiple Fortune 50 companies. I have multiple degrees in business, including like 2 MBAs. And so I've done business. I understand business. I understand like different aspects or whatever. And when you talk about Donald Trump, right, the problem and the reason why I say he's not a good businessman is you can put aside the fact that he inherited $415 million. And even if he would have taken the money and invested in the stock market and just like never did anything else, he would be richer today than he is now. But like Donald Trump did something that I think you and I can both agree is mind blowing. While I understand the need to like restructure debt when it comes to bankruptcies and things like that, especially within business, I even understand like hell, Bill Gates made the Zoom, which was a massive failure. But Donald Trump has bankrupt casinos. Like, I think we can agree that like that's not supposed to happen.
I don't know the casino business, so
the Taj Mahal.
Yeah, I mean, I know he did. I've heard about it. I've never read why, but you know, he's 6 times is what it says he's done. While he's never filed for personal bankruptcy, his corporate entities use the process to restructure. So what I would say to that is he's using the tax laws and the corporate structuring as it's legally written, and everybody holds that against him. If that's
I said there and said I understand that, but I don't understand the casino, unless now this is purely speculation. I do understand it if it's money laundering, but anything outside of that, I don't understand it.
They say it's due to high interest debt payments, which is the exact same reason that Bill Gates redid the Rose Garden. So I can believe that. I don't know if it's true. I'm reading off the internet. It says right there it was to cover the reason why, and here's what it says: filed just 1 year after opening because it could not generate enough revenue to cover high interest debt payments. That was the Trump Taj Mahal in 1991. It's funny that this just popped up. I had no clue I was going to read this. I had no clue you were going to ask me that question. That's exactly what Bill Gates did with the Rose Garden. Now, I'm a little surprised he didn't just return that somehow, meaning turn it. What I mean by is buy it back, renegotiate the interest payments, and reopen it. But I don't know
about the interest payments. There's a lot of conspiracy theories, and I don't do conspiracy theories, but whenever you have time, because you can't talk about it online, I would definitely look into, you know, what you can find about the possibility of money laundering.
I love finding interesting rat holes. I'm not a conspiracy guy at all. So yeah. I agree with that. All these flat earthers that are out there, I think they're flipping nuts. But that's a whole different subject. I won't even go there. But yeah, he's filed more than I didn't realize there were 6 of them. I knew he had done it.
And which again, like I understand restructuring debt, right? I get that. I completely get restructuring debt. I don't get this premise that people think that he's like an actual good businessman. He's not. Even when you talk about like the businesses that he's had, right? We can talk about Trump steak, Trump water, Trump vodka, Trump knives, Trump the board game, Trump University. Like all of these things are massively flops, right? The one thing that I do think Donald Trump has done extremely well to such a high level is marketing. Right.
I wondered where you were going.
Yeah.
And you went right where I thought you were.
Oh, he's a marketing genius. He knows how to use his brand and his name. Like I will never take that from him. And that's why even like the buildings that you see, even like in Vegas or whatever, Trump Tower and all, like these, he doesn't own these buildings. I mean, the licenses agreements that he sells in order to put his name on things, he makes a shit ton of money off of it. And now coming back in the office, he's been able to finagle money with cryptocurrency. But like, overall, he's not a good businessman. He's an ultra wealthy person that has been able to take advantage of capitalism within our society and given every single break, even when he's failed.
The guy's a genius in his real estate development and investments. I mean, he's done some of the
Look at how many actual real estates and the actual. That's why I said he sells his name. Like he doesn't even own these places anymore. There's a lot of places that's like Trump this, Trump that. He doesn't own them. It's just licenses agreements.
Yeah, some of them are. I mean, they're right here in front of me. But it's funny you went to brand because it's exactly what pops into your head with him. His brand value.
I agree with that.
And that was genius. I mean, that's what businesses do. Your brand is what carries you. That's marketing 101.
Yeah.
You can create a brand that gives intrinsic value and use that brand properly. Do I think he is a genius at using every loophole he possibly can? He has strategically used debt and bankruptcy in ways that, well, many other people that have much more money than I'll ever have used over the years. He just happens to be in the spotlight, and he also happens to be a little bit louder about it and a little more obnoxious about it. So I think
also he's a con man.
Well, and that could be,
he's definitely a snake oil salesman.
He's a brand. He's a marketer. There's another word I sometimes call people in that, and I never use it in the professional sense in a room, but he's a good bullshitter.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like him. I don't respect him, but I agree with you.
But he's adapted to new markets so well. Like you said, cryptocurrency. You brought up cryptocurrency.
Oh, but that's all a scam. That's literally all a scam.
Oh, but look at I hate to say this is a whole different subject, but look at our whole political group of people. They go in there with $60,000 in the bank, and 5 years later they have 12 million. I mean,
yeah, but that's a problem as a whole.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm saying that's not even a rat hole we want to go down, because that's just a problem. So that's taking advantage of the situation where you're at. But I wanted to bring one thing up to you, and I'm not trying to prove you wrong, but you had made a statement in the beginning when we were talking. I was uninformed, and we were talking about border technology. You wanted to see more advancements in border technology, and you can look this up and find it. But the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, signed into law July of 2025, allocated significant new funding for drones and other advanced surveillance technologies as part of a major border security push. The border technology funding details were: the OBBA provides $6 billion specifically for border technology and surveillance. The funding includes $2.77 billion for AI-powered autonomous surveillance vehicles, which is what I said. $673 million. I didn't say dollar-wise. I just said I wanted drones and the autonomous surveillance. $673 million for biometric entry exit systems at all ports of entry. $500 million in grants to support state, local, and tribal law enforcement and developing capabilities. I won't read the rest because it's boring. $3.2 billion for new technology, and $2.7 billion for new cutting-edge border surveillance with a focus on AI and machine learning solutions. So I brought that up to you. I didn't have my ducks in a row, as you might say. I love my duck, by the way. Go Ducks. They play this weekend. I knew it was there. Didn't have the specifics, but that is the specifics. So I hate to prove you wrong. I'm not that kind of guy usually. I don't typically like to throw things in people's faces, but that's the fun part about doing what we're doing here. You were wrong.
So just an FYI, right, when it comes to the usage of technology and the purchase of any type of technology in order to protect the border, while the BBB has listed out the different things that are set to be used when it comes to border patrol, did you look up the actual items, what's been purchased and what's being used?
To date?
Yep. Like what has actually been done?
I have not. The only thing I could tell you, and again, that I think has been done, is I know the border's going up. As far as when I say border, sorry, the wall, the actual steel wall, they're trying to finish that. There's been environmental and technology regulations, artificial intelligence did happen.
AI, that's it.
AI
has absolutely happened. Outside of that, even the additional like allocations, the purchases, like all of those other things, and let me just make sure, because I'm looking here, and I'm not seeing the overall purchase of of the actual items, and that's the thing.
And you could be right. They may not have gotten to that yet. I don't know. I know it's in there. My point was, it was in the bill. That was my point. I've never went to the point of seeing if they've actually purchased those. I mean, you see on all the different news sources, and I don't just watch the two that I told you earlier. My wife calls me a weirdo. I like to watch all. I like to get a little bit of each, and try to keep myself at least a little bit informed. But by no means am I going to try to tell you I'm advanced informed. I tease sometimes to say I might be an informed idiot, but I try to do my best there, and I don't know if they've started with any of that yet.
Yeah. So again, the 107.7 billion that was allocated, it was broke up into it. So the point that I'm trying to make, right, is while they listed all of these things that the funds would cover and be appropriated for, when it comes to the actual purchase of these things or actually utilizing it, the only thing that has been purchased, and it looks like they spent 30 million on AI, right? So I question, not necessarily, well, yeah, I question, even though the amount of the actual funds were allocated, when, where, and how it's going to be used. So
that's a good question. That's a great question. All I see here is, yes, as of late 2025, the use of drones has significantly expanded and transitioned from a testing phase to a standard operational tool.
Which should be like,
I
that's
agree.
like my whole point. Like I definitely think that the premise behind utilizing the wall is not sustainable, nor something that it's overall necessary when we have new technology that would actually be able to take care of this.
No, I agree with you on that. I think all of the above is great. And yeah, I believe in legal immigration 110%. I think we're all immigrants in one way or another. I mean, you brought up the fact of stolen land. I have two different kinds of American Indian in me. So me, of all people, would be one that you would think would be maybe have a different stance than I do. And I don't, because I look at the pros and the cons, and I've made the choice of what I feel is the best for what we've got going on in our current situation. I'm based in 8 Northwestern states, and for business, trying to open a business in the state of Washington, Oregon, California, are so much more difficult in so many ways. I could tell you. I also opened them in Idaho. I also opened them in Montana. I also opened them in Wyoming, Utah. And the difference is mind blowing for cost purposes, for time, and the regulations that are behind the 3 that I named first: Washington, Oregon, and California. Specifically, California is the worst. Washington's pretty darn close. And so I just feel that the way we're headed in California is not the way I want to go. And I live here, but I also love the state.
Yeah, I live in Washington State.
So
I mean, like I have to disagree with you as far as being able to start a business. There may be more red tape, but overall, I think the ability to have a successful business, especially here in Washington State, is even more high. But listen, I know there's people waiting, but there's a couple of people. I'm going to read a couple of things out because I know I saw someone said, "Hey, check Venmo." I think there's a couple of people that want to say something to you directly. So give me a second if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
W's in the chat for Caroline, who sent a $2 donation, saying, "Since Randy is too much of a coward to say it, I will. The reason he voted for Trump is misogynoir. He couldn't even vote for the black woman. Simple as that."
No, that's not true. I would have no problem if it was the right person.
Okay. W's in the chat for Liam, the good Liam, who sent someone said, "Show us your 2 bachelors." I don't have 2 bachelors. I have 1 bachelor's, 2 MBAs, slap nuts. W's in the chat for Liam, who sent a $5 donation saying, "Paul Allen owned the Motor Center and still owns it. Bill Gates never owned it. It was a guy that just makes up stuff to fit his narrative."
He's right. I said the wrong name. Sorry.
Got it. W's in the chat for
what I said was true, though. He can look that up and he'll find out it's true.
W's in the chat for Phil. Phil sent a $2 donation saying, "Why do the same people all want fraud out of SNAP benefit recipients, yet they call a businessman savvy for using loopholes and profiting off failed systems when they want businesses to be held to the same standards. What do you say about that one?
I think she's comparing she or he, I'm not sure, is comparing two completely different items. If you're trying to find a loophole in SNAP and you're trying to take advantage of SNAP, I don't know much about SNAP. I've never used it. So here I am speaking really outside of my.
I think the big thing that Phil was trying to get to is just like consistency as far as loopholes or,
Oh, if there's a loophole and you meet it legally, then more power to you. That would be something that I would want to vote and try to get gone. To get out of there. I don't
like the legal essay loophole that we talked about.
Well, no, anytime it comes to kids, I don't think there should be any loophole in regards to that. There's one. I get it, but like I just said, that's where I think we can both agree to disagree or not agree to agree. I would say if there is a loophole that would allow essay of any kind, shape, or form, that is just absolute. Yeah, I can't remember the one they passed in California, but it was like 1892 or they passed it to where it basically legalized. Anyway, I don't even think I can say that on here now. I don't know what.
Let's keep it moving. W's in the chat for Joe. Joe sent a $4 donation saying, ask the guest if he's okay as a small government conservative with military surveillance company like Palantir creating tech, which tracks both legal citizens and undocumented immigrants movement around the country, or the IRS sharing personal data with new law enforcement to track migrants. How do you feel about that?
Probably not a good guy to ask about Palantir. I have a quite large investment in that company.
Why am I not surprised?
I pick companies that make me money, not lose me money.
W's in the chat for 1234 who sent a $5 super chat to say, I don't believe Randy. He probably was the same person crying about wearing a mask. So we're okay to believe he's okay with being racially profiled.
Crying about wearing a mask. I don't really understand that one, but
yeah, Trump supporters have like this long-standing battle with masks. W's in the chat for Nika, who sent a $5 super chat to say, caller says that it hasn't been proven, but he bragged about walking into Miss Teen USA changing room. Some of the young ladies came forward and said he did. Yes, that's actually a thing. W's in the chat for John for the $4.99 super chat to say, if a man has decades of records, accusals of SA, why would you make him president? It's not just a sense that he's been in politics. It's going on for years. Yes. Yes, he has 26 credible counts of accused SA. W's in the chat for the Corks, who sent a $2 super chat to say, what do you keep saying about tax change? Can you source? The IRS released the statement saying that there won't be any changes to the IRS tax forms for 2026. So the point of no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, while I'm not saying that it won't happen in the future, it's definitely not going to happen with this next round of taxes that we'll be filing. W's in the chat for Damo for the $2 super chat to say he's a genius at conning gullible people. He is. And W's in the chat for Troll for the $10 super chat to say the California law guest was referencing does not legalize anything. It adds consistency and punishment between offenders who are straight and non-straight when it comes to essay of minors. That one was for you, Randy.
I apologize. What was that again?
It said the California law guest is referencing doesn't legalize anything. It adds consistency and punishment between offenders who are straight and non-straight when it comes to essay of minors.
I don't know about that policy, but again, it could be a bad policy. I would have to read up on it. I wouldn't want to make a comment on that. I think I've been pretty straight up about anything to do with essay of any kind is wrong. And if there's a policy that allows it, that policy needs to be changed. I've said that there's policies out there I don't agree with. Unfortunately, some wacko put it through if that is true. And I wish we could get it changed if that's true. I would agree with them. There's some things we agree on.
Okay, last one. W's in the chat for Kelly for the $3 donation saying, I'm from Las Vegas and Trump does own the Trump Tower in Vegas. He doesn't have the casino because he can't get into the gaming license. He can't pass the background check. Yeah, I might have misspoken on which one. I know there's multiple ones that he doesn't own, some that he does. I thought he owns the one in New York and not in Vegas. I don't know. There's a few of them that he lends his name to, and some buildings he does own, but W's in the chat for Kelly. Thank you so much, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Randy,
I have a question. I have an answer for you on something. We were talking about tax on tips.
Mm-hmm.
So the way it's going to work, it's going to be a tax deduction. There's not going to be an extra line item on there. It's just going to be a deduction. So you're going to take a deduction off of your taxes like any other item that you're going to have, and you're going to put it in the area of other, because there are areas on your tax forms that are like that. It depends on if you're going to do whatever the simple form is. I never had the luxury of doing that. But you will put this in the item category that it is supposed to go into, and you will claim a deduction for tips earned throughout 2025 when you file your federal income taxes in early 26. It's a deduction up to $25,000. So it is going to happen. It is, so whoever said it isn't, it is. It's a simple tax deduction. And I believe that's the way they're also doing, and I didn't look it up, but I believe that's the way they're doing tax on tips, tax on overtime. There is going to be it's a deduction. So it says right here, therefore, some sources might be correct that you won't see changes. Now they're talking about your paycheck withholding until 2026 or later, but the deduction itself is applicable for the 2025 tax year.
Mm-mm. And this comes directly from IRS. So this was on August 7th, 2025. Said the IRS is working on new guidance to update forms for the tax year 2026. This will include changes on how tips and overtime pay will be reported. The IRS will coordinate with employers' payroll provisions and tax professionals and ensure a smooth transition. More information will be shared in the upcoming months about taxpayers can claim the OBBB One Big Beautiful Bill related tax benefits when they file their returns. The Treasury Department and IRS are preparing additional guidance for both reporting entities and taxpayers, right? So that was on August the 7th, 2025. But then on November, let me get back here, sorry, 1 second. November the 21st, 2025, they came out and they said that they're working on the actual new deductions for the tax years for 2025 through 2028. And then they outlined the cost. They said the price, where it would be, blah, blah, blah. But then they, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, they talk about the actual filing period and when you'll be able to claim this. And they said that the IRS form for 2026 for reporting, no changes to the tax on tips and tax on overtime. The new reporting requirements for employees will take effect, but the deductions for qualifying tips and overtime pay will not apply for 2025. So they're saying that, I'm assuming they mean that like we're going to be able to do it in the following year, even though it's still claimed. But that, the long and the short of it is saying that they're planning on doing it, but they don't have the kinks worked out to do it yet. That's what it looks like.
It does look like that. You're right, because it's only in a draft version. So when to use it, you will use the final version of this form during the 2020. They're saying they might have it out.
I'm waiting to see, but as of right now, I mean, as of November, and which, unless there's been an update since the 21st, I mean, it's like that was a month ago. So I mean, unless there's something new that was updated, I mean, that's where it is. But regardless, I mean, I think it'll be done. I just don't think it'll be done this year.
I guess the point is, I don't agree with what they did with the whole no tax on tips, no tax on, because I think it's a little misleading, even though I'm a Trumper. I voted for him. I think the way he states it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, it's not that simple. I was hoping it would be that simple. Mm-hmm. But like anything with the government, you get the government involved, it's going to be more complicated.
You're right about that.
So now it's more complicated. There's a time limit to it. There's exceptions to it. You know, Social Security is one thing that I think people that are old enough to retire, I don't think they should have to pay taxes on their Social Security, you know? But, so yeah, it is what it is. But I've really enjoyed chatting with you. I know we don't agree, and all your viewers, I know they hate me, but
they don't like you that much. But you're not the worst. They've hated a lot more people, a lot more. So,
and I don't hate them. I don't hate anybody that's on this phone. I would love it if we could. That's the only reason why I called you, because I thought you and I could maybe have a conversation that would be somewhat civil. And I
mean, we found it. It sometimes it just takes a little bit of negotiation, but we found middle ground. So,
well, and you kind of taught me something. I'll give that to you. You really taught me to, rather than just speak it, to go sit down and pull up the computer and pull up some stuff. I was just gonna
listen. That's all I asked for. I appreciate you doing that. I genuinely do, because a lot of people come up here and they just talk. And while I appreciate people's opinions, like, opinions should be based in facts. And honestly, I feel like once people start to look at the facts a little bit more, then their opinions change, especially when it comes to like HR 4371. So, you know.
Well, I appreciate it. I've got some very close friends that believe kind of like you do. I've also got some very close friends that are a little further right than I am, because I'm definitely not far right. I'm probably more down the middle, maybe a little right middle. But yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it. If nothing else, have a Merry Christmas. And maybe I'll call you again.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Jim, are you back? Jim? Did Jim leave again? Jim was just back and Jim left again. What in the world happened? I don't know. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Keep tapping the screen. If you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. All the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you are over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Let's see here. Great, Losa. Thank you so much for the 2 jewels over on the YouTubes. Okay. All right. Looks like we are all clear. Hey, thank you for the SpongeBob. SpongeBob is awesome. Let me take about Belma Pest. I would have to look that up. I do have ADHD and I'm medicated. All right. 1.8 thousand of us hanging out here. First and foremost, guys, well, thank you for being here. I genuinely appreciate each and every person. Take a look at the top. You see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Let me see. I want to see it light up with follows. Someone said the Epstein files are being released today. No, they've already released certain information and said they're not releasing the rest. If you can hit that follow button, but follow the main account as well. Again, I want to make sure we are so close to being over 70,000 followers on the main account. I genuinely want, I can't wait to get we're at 69.9 on the main account, 69.9. Let's get it over 70,000 followers. Make sure you follow the main account. This is the main account right here. This is the main account. Press on my face. Right here. Hi. Press on my face and then press that plus button. Follow the main account. We need to get it over 70,000 likes. So this is what I'm going to do, because it seems like the well has run dry for right now with Trump supporters. Yes, 2 Santanas. But I still had planned on doing more debates. So this is what I'm going to do, guys. I just posted a video on the main account right here. Yeah, this account. I want you guys to, we're going to hit a quick restart. Gonna hit a quick restart and we're gonna come right back, but go check out the video that I posted on the main account. Make sure you hit the follow on the main account. We'll be back in like a minute. I'm gonna go run and use the restroom and do a restart, and let's see if we can get some more people in here for some debates. But everyone hit the follow button before you do that. Look at the top. Does it say follow? You said, does it say follow? Does anyone say, is anyone looking at the top and it says the word follow? If it does, hit that follow button. Do it now. Do it. Do it. Do it. Okay, cool. All right, YouTube, give me a second. I'm gonna find someone for you to watch.
3% of the population where you at, bitch. You still can't make no decisions in that white ass country where you at right now, bitch. You have zero.
Show that book.
Power,
show that book with your mom being a Black Panther. Show that fake ass book with your mom being a Black Panther.
I don't do nothing but step on these bitches. I step on roaches.
See, he's so performative. That's all.
Can you tell me? Come on, mute and tell me what the popular black.
Yeah, can you turn off, man? Turn off the camera, man. I don't want to see your ugly ass.
What's the population? What's the black population?
Okay, let's turn off the camera. Let's have a debate, guys.
What's the black population of Denmark?
Why is T such a fat bitch?
Why? What is the black population of Denmark? Nobody care nothing about your personal beefs or your personal gripes. Oh, he left. Oh.
Oh, him ring.
Oh,
he left.
So, what was the question at you?
I asked you what was the black population of Denmark. And this bitch worried about America. What's the black population of Denmark?
Man, why y'all keep bringing Frank up? This nigga just coming up to beg for money.
Damn.
What the fuck is
Damn, I just got the answer to that, Itchy. I just got the answer. Damn, that sucks. 1 to 2%.
1 to 2%. This bitch worried about her. Hey T, can you Google what's the political? What type of political system do black people have over there? What type of power do black people have over there politically? Is there any way you can find that out?
Oh, it's this one.
I don't even know who it is. Who is it?
What up, Pride?
Yeah. What up, Pride?
What up?
You up here?
I think he just got a phone call. Fix your stupid ass internet then.
But my stupid ass internet? I never heard of a stupid ass internet.
Flame, this ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies get left in shame. One wrong word get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna?
Sparring with Santana.
I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat.
Hey.
You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Yeah. Step in if you dare. You dare. Get hard like a punch in the air. In the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. No. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in, you dare. Get hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
We are back. We are absolutely back. We are back. We are back.
This ain't a safe place.
I'm starting over.
This is
Starting over,
place.
Peach. We had to hit a quick reset.
Sparring with Santana.
Guys, welcome back. Welcome back. As we get in, tap the screen, share the live. Knock out the daily gift goal. We're going to keep resetting to the little 1 cent gift goal so we can get more push out to the FYP. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. If you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up to 25,000 likes. Let's get the likes up to 25,000 likes. And again, if you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. I just want to know, MAGA, how are you good with the amount of wars that Donald Trump is requiring of you? He's pulling you into these wars, and I need to understand it. I need to. I need it. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, fuck no. I didn't mean to join them.
All right, no worries. I'll drop down.
I don't even know how to leave.
The point being, right, is Donald Trump is pulling you all into the war with Venezuela, where there's been a lot of justification around why it's acceptable. And the end game, in my opinion, is never acceptable. But for some reason, MAGA Trump supporters, they tend to think that it's acceptable. I disagree. The war on healthcare, right? The fact that I'll never understand, I will never understand how the Republican Party has been able to convince lower income earners, because let's be honest, people that vote for Trump, people that vote for the Republican Party, like it's numbers. I'm not even picking on them. People that tend to vote on the right tend to be less educated and tend to be lower income earners, right? So I talk about the snowflakes that vote Democrat. Yeah. Hey, JPR 421, you're such a snowflake. I'm gonna go ahead and mute you. You're such a snowflake. I bet you won't come up. I'm sending you an invite. Get up here, coward. I bet you won't do it. I bet you won't do it because you're a snowflake yourself. You're literally a little whining baby. And all you can do is cry from the chat. You said every low income earner has better health care than you do. I don't believe that. Come up here and tell me about it. Ryan, I'm going to mute you as well. And I sent you an invite. Come up here and tell me about it. I bet you won't come up either. There we go. There we go. Ryan, are you a Trump supporter? Ryan? Ryan Harmon 73.
Yeah, how's it going?
Good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm not. I'm a Republican. I am not MAGA.
Did you vote for Jimothy?
Jimothy?
Donald Jimothy Trump.
I did.
Okay. You made the statement that every low income earner has better health care than you.
That I know.
How so?
I work at Walmart. I make not good, right?
Mm-hmm.
My wife works for a gas station. She makes okay because she's a leader, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we need to buy our own. We have to pay for our own insurance.
Mm-hmm.
I got health issues.
Mm-hmm.
I've been going through a lot. Just got a liver transplant this year.
Mm-hmm.
A lot was paid for, but I also have to pay deductibles for meds, for all that good stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I got quite a few friends that are on, I live in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Badger Care.
Mm-hmm.
They don't work that much. If they work, it's kind of side stuff. They don't make enough so they qualify for Badger care,
Mm-hmm.
free insurance,
Mm-hmm.
free meds. I'm on the same medication as a lot of these people.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you cut out. Ryan, you cut out.
I have to pay for the same exact drugs that they get. So why is that?
You cut out. I missed.
Why is that? These are able-bodied.
Ryan, can you hear me? Ryan?
Yeah.
You cut out for like about a minute. I missed a large chunk of what you said after you have Badger care, and then you came back in. You said
So
you have to
I
pay
don't
the
have
same
Badger
amount.
care.
Oh, okay.
Let me get better
Can you just
Wi-Fi
repeat
here.
like the
I'm
last
sorry.
part? The last part of what you were saying.
So I'm on a lot of the same medications that people with Badger care, people that I know that do not work, have to pay. They pay nothing to see the doctor, nothing for the same drugs that I have to pay for because I work.
Mm-hmm.
They choose not to, and they get free.
Got it. Got it.
They're able-bodied.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I'm so confused as to who doesn't have health care that's an American. Gets free.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's different in other states, but
it definitely is. But I really, really simple question before we go too far, Ryan.
Go ahead.
If you had it your way, would you rather everyone has free healthcare or everyone pays the same cost for healthcare? Which one?
Well, see, this goes so in depth with insurance companies that I don't think any one of us would ever really have the perfect answer.
No. It's just your answer. Which one would you prefer right now in this situation? You talked about, hold on. You talked about your friends, right?
I would love everyone in America.
Would you rather everyone pay nothing like your friends, or would you rather everyone have to pay the same amount that you pay?
I think it should be equal.
What do you mean?
I think we should all have it. But why? My question is, why should I pay because I choose to work and they don't have to because they choose not to?
I don't think anyone should have to pay for healthcare. I think healthcare should be a free right? I mean, I think that we can increase taxes enough to cover universal healthcare. It would only be a couple of percentage points increase. But the point that I'm trying to get across is that access to healthcare is a human right. It's not necessarily something that you should.
So too.
Yeah, but your voting record doesn't say you do.
So how are the doctors? Do you know how free healthcare would work, or how it does in other countries?
Mm-hmm. Socialized medicine. So it depends on the society. Some people have single payer systems, where basically, simplest way to put it is everyone gets the same access to free care that's covered through taxation. But you can have a private healthcare if you want. And so it gives you the ability to guarantee that you'll have access to healthcare. But if you want something fancy, better, special, or whatever, then you can pay out of pocket. And which I'm good with that. Like, I'm good with the public option, which just gives everyone what they need. And then if you have the money and you want to get something more, something more.
I don't see that as here in Wisconsin. Everyone that I know has a right to free healthcare. It's called Badger care.
Yeah, but everyone doesn't live in Wisconsin.
So what is it different in other states? Because I heard many other states do have a similar, it's just called a different thing, or it's called Title 19.
Yeah, no, what it is that there are certain states, the blue
Medicaid,
states, which
like someone is saying.
Normally blue states, which, I guess you're in a purple state right now, but a lot of those blue states cover healthcare for their citizens on a state level. But the Affordable Care Act what had given so many people access to healthcare. But the Republican Party has refused to extend the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act. So about 7 million people are going to lose access to their healthcare because either they're going to be priced out with the closing of the loopholes, or they're just not going to be able to afford the plans because you see massive jumps in the monthly amount.
There is no affording the tax. They have it no matter what. There is no losing. If you do not have a job, you automatically can get on Badger Care.
Well, again, you keep saying Badger Care, but we live in a society, friend. Like
Title
I don't
19,
live in Wisconsin.
Title 19 Medicaid.
Yeah, but that's not true. Not everyone has the access to it and can get on it. And like when it comes to the actual ability to access that, there's either work requirements or requirements such as like being disabled or having kids that grant you that access. If you can't just be unemployed and have access to it, it doesn't work that way. But I guess the bigger question is, because you said you work at Walmart and you don't make that well off, then why are you voting for the party that literally is fighting against you?
I've done much better under Republican. I had saved. I'm a good saver.
Mm-hmm.
I had a lot saved, let's just say.
When?
In 2019 to 2024, I lost my whole savings. It just drained. And because of my health. Because of my health. No, it wasn't because of Trump. Trump wasn't in office those 4 years. It was through 2020.
When did Donald Trump come into office?
In 2016?
No.
He just came in 2020, this year, 2025. In 2020, what, 17?
2017.
2020?
To 2021.
Yeah, right. That's when I lost it.
It started in 2019.
Well, it's that's when I had saved, and
No,
I had probably
you said you started losing your your savings in 2019.
Sorry, I mistaken the years.
Okay, so now your anecdotal story's changing.
Well, I'm going to tell you my story. Why I think healthcare it's a joke. Why I have to pay. People who choose not to.
But we can verify now that your anecdotal story is changing, right?
I'm sorry, the year changed. I had money. It drained because of my health.
How did
COVID
impact your money with your health?
So if I were to make nothing, everything would have been paid for straight. It's true. I have friends that literally have the same medicine, but they got the brand name.
Sure, 1 second.
And they don't pay a dime. They don't have, they pay zero. I actually was on it in 2018. Now that is for sure 2018 for about a 6-month period. I had my son and I who had a long story, but broken up with an ex, his mother. We went on our own for about 6 months. I had Title 19. I had free health care because I did not work. Yes, Walmart has insurance. I do have private insurance through my wife's work.
All right, so I'm looking here, and this is from Wisconsin Department of Health Services. Badger Care provides health insurance benefit to people ages 0 to 64. It's the state's largest Medicaid program with roughly 1 million members. Badger Care Plus covers preventative care, urgent care, and emergency visits, vaccinations, prescriptions, and more. All right. The difference between the two, I don't think that's worth saying. If we have Badger Care membership, what's the continuous coverage for kids? What does 12 months continuous coverage start and stop? Who qualifies for continuous coverage? Members under the age of Oh, okay. Wait, this is just. Oh, okay. Hold on. No, this is just for children under the age of 19.
I'm not lying to the people that are saying it. I had it. I have friends that have it. I am not lying. They pay zero out. They don't have the money besides what they make on the side.
They make, but hold on. Like I need you to lock in with me.
I got you.
And
I'm responding to the people.
Let's not
go ahead.
Let's not respond to the people. Why is this? I'm only finding information about what it is for kids.
Actually, my kid is on it.
Yeah, but like I don't want to talk about the kids. I want to talk about
adult,
the overall coverage. Now well, this is the
kid's mother has.
Let's see here. So I see that. No, you see, this isn't free. Like it says here, this is the poverty levels, and then the actual the costs for each person, and it gives like the family sizes, and then you have to have a monthly amount that you make, right? So even for a family size of one, you have to make at least $1,304.17 a month. That's for a family of one with just one adult. If you have an adult plus a child, it's $2,621.38. So like the premise that you can just like have this and
when you don't work,
yeah, that's not true.
Boy, I guess if you can, I never heard of this $1,000 thing.
Yeah, it's saying here that you have to have a monthly you have to have a monthly income.
See, I have my son full-time, have had him since 2018 full-time. My ex has him on Title 19, Badger Care, Medicaid, whatever you want to call it. She also has it. She's supposed to pay child support, but she doesn't bring in anything to pay that, but she still has certain medications that I know. In my son, when I take him to the doctor, it is free.
Mm-hmm. I found the work requirements here.
And you said $1,000.
It says here, you got, if you're between the ages of 18 to 64, then there is a work requirement. If you are under the age, then, or if you, I'm sorry, if your age is 18 to 64 and you do not have a child that's under the age of 13, then there's a work requirement.
Oh, that work requirement barely happens with the people I know.
No, it says here that the work requirement is at least 80 hours per month, or you have to be participating in a training program that does 80 hours per month. There's work programs such as Food Share Employment and Training, FSETE, Job Corps, Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. The programs that you can locate through your local job center, transitional jobs, and transform Milwaukee jobs. And then working, volunteering, taking part-time work programs combined for at least 80 hours. So again, like,
I got to ask these people how they're getting it. That's just, yes, I'm using my anecdotal. Because
they're saying here that if you don't meet the work requirement, you can get an exemption for 3 months. There's a 3-month work requirement exemption.
I know my exes have been on it for over a decade.
Do they have kids?
They do. I have the kid. I have them though, and they don't pay child support. So maybe there is some kind of loophole.
Maybe they're filing and saying actually, this or whatever. But like when you talk about the actual breakdown of Badger Care, what you get, all this other stuff, like literally there's work requirements, and not only there are work requirements, but like there's an exception. But like I say all that to say like what you're saying doesn't really, you know. But give me 1 second. I want to read off a couple of thank yous and then we'll keep going. W's in the chat for Elizabeth. Elizabeth sent a $2 donation saying, I work for Wisconsin Health Insurance. Badger Care has limited services available and the Medicaid guidelines are more strict. Everyone should have free health insurance. So W's in the chat for Elizabeth. She works for healthcare in your area. W's in the chat for Matt Scramble, who sent a $5 donation saying, live in Wisconsin. Badger Care is income-based and has work requirements, and not everyone with disability gets access. That's another one in your area. W's in the chat for Matt Scramble. W's in the chat for Michael. I'm sorry, Michelle. Michelle, who sent a $5 donation saying, please ask this fella how Democrats force him to need a liver transplant therapy, bankrupt him, or therefore bankrupt him. Yeah, we're gonna get into that because that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, like I don't think I forgot about that one. W's in the chat for 1234, who sent a $5 super chat. I think this was before we ended. It said, ask Randy why the no tax on tips or on overtime is so limited to businesses, but basically can write off a private jet. Yeah, that's wild and wicked work, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, Ryan, going back though, like seriously, you put the blame, or you're voting for Republicans, but yet the Republican Party is actively harmful when it comes to your medical situation and also your standard of living. Why the fuck did you vote for Donald Trump?
I don't see that. I don't see that.
Okay, what do you see?
I see the complete opposite.
Okay, what do you see?
I see the Democratic Party seeing everything's free. We're going to pay tax. But someone that never needs or uses something, I mean, I do believe healthcare should be free. But how are the doctors going to be? How are the waiting rooms going to be? I've heard many other countries and people talk about their experience. But have you looked it up? I have looked it up.
And what did you find?
I found that there could be waiting times for broken arm, wrist.
That's not true. That's not what. If you look it up, emergency care, the response time for emergency care is actually shorter than response time here in the U.S. for emergency care. When it comes to any type of
country.
You can look at any of the countries that like different ones have different wait times, but I like to cite Canada because they're our neighbors to the north. And that's the one that people love to actually talk about. But with the wait times that are occurring in Canada, literally their wait times are shorter than the wait times we have here in the US.
There are waiting times for broken wrists in the USA.
Yeah, but the Canadian wait times are shorter.
Interesting. I've heard the complete opposite.
Did you hear it? Or did you look it up? That's why I said, did you look it up?
No. I've looked up. I've read many different websites, different things on this. I went to the UK. In all of the free healthcare countries, I got a lot of responses and in also other things, but we've all had things to read from go down the list, that the wait times, the doctors, so people buy private insurance even though they got free insurance because it's not quite the same as
which we already talked about, like a public option with the private option being in place. Dr. Michael, are you an actual doctor?
Hi, yeah. My name is Michael. I'm a board certified internal medicine physician. So I practice as a hospitalist. Most people will think of like Scrubs or House, basically, the guy that rounds on you in the hospital. And just speaking from, because he's mentioned a couple times, what about the doctors? Speaking from somebody who lives in the U.S., lives in a red state, I mean, man, I'll be fine. I'd be fine with universal health care. I mean, I'd be happy for it. Frankly, insurance companies are evil and don't need to be here and make my life infinitely harder. But that's all aside. When comparing our our health infrastructure in the US to other countries, we spend the most. And even though we try our best, we have comparably worse outcomes. If you look at the countries that provide universal health care, they take care of their people better, and they're just able to take care of their people better. There is less red tape for the doctors to take care of their people better. And then you brought up the point of, what about emergency care? Emergency care is people get taken care of in emergencies. I'm not sure what you're referring to. If someone is in a life-threatening situation, they're going to be taken to the emergency department, and then they are going to be triaged. And then if it is, in fact, life-threatening, they're going to be taken into the hospital. If it is not life-threatening, they're going to be put into the waiting room of the ER. And I just can't imagine where you're getting this idea that in any place that somebody who has a piece of rebar sticking out of their chest, for instance, just to give you a graphic image, is just like, hey, man, it's going to be 6 to 8 months. You're going to need to wait here on the sidewalk. That's just not realistic, and it's not happening.
Now, I don't think serious emergency. This is just what I heard. I guess I'm going off of different websites.
And that's what, Ryan, that's why I keep saying you're saying what you heard, but what did you actually look up?
Healthcare in Canada. I've looked up healthcare in the UK.
Okay,
wherever,
where's your actual source?
Countries.
Because
so I'd have to.
Sure. What source did you use specifically? Can you tell me?
It's been a minute. I gotta be honest.
What does that mean?
It's been a few weeks since I.
Nope, he got raptured.
Yeah, I think he's getting a call. There you go, Ryan.
Sorry, was gonna go look up something, but my phone is at 7, so I was just trying to change. So I didn't hear everything the doctor had to say. But
well, just an FYI. Looking at the actual countries with the wait times, and it depends on what the actual thing is, right? The socialized countries, there's wait times for certain categories that is a specialty surgery replacements and replacements or knee replacement, hip replacements, knee replacements, contract surgery, and specialists, right? And the United States, when it comes to the overall wait time to see specialists, it's lower because you pay to see specialists. And it's lower than Canada, it's lower than Switzerland, it's lower than Norway, it's lower than the UK, New Zealand, France, Australia. The only one that is not lower than is Switzerland. The US is at 27% as far as wait time to see a specialist, and Switzerland is at 23%. Actually, I'm sorry, Germany and the Netherlands are lower as well. But when it comes to actually seeing anything outside of a specialist, all of these socialized medicine countries have lower wait times than the US. So that's the point that I'm bringing up. And there's not a huge discrepancy, so I don't want to paint it out to be like, oh, there's a huge discrepancy with non-specialists, but because the US is at 28%, and then Sweden's at 24, Norway's at 22, UK is at 21, New Zealand's 17, France 14, Australia 14, 13, Germany, Netherlands 13, Switzerland 12. But the point being is that outside of seeing a specialist, which the United States pays for, socialized medicine is the way to go.
To that point, I would say, even here, and you said it, but I just want to reiterate, even here, though, there are significant waits for specialty care, especially in more rural areas, out of large metropolitan areas. So I work in a red state, in a rural area, and for patients that need specialty care, unless it is a priority and they're about to decease and they're in the hospital, it is still a months long wait for many of those services. So I always get that argument to me, well, there's going to be wait times. Yeah, congratulations. There's already wait times.
Yep. So I guess, Randy, the point that myself and the good doctor are trying to make is that, like, the premise that you have as far as like healthcare, first and foremost, I mean, like, healthcare should be a human right. Secondly, the United States of America, the amount of money that we put into our healthcare system, it should be better. Like, it should be way better. Did I say Randy? I meant Ryan. Sorry. Like, and you should be someone that's taking full advantage of whatever assistance you get because of your economic status, but you're voting against your best interest.
But I can't. I make too much at like 20 grand. I mean, my wife makes a couple dollars more,
and that's a travesty.
We are very, I mean, we are in the poverty. If you make under 100 grand nowadays with a family, you're poverty. Would you not agree?
Absolutely.
But we definitely pay our premiums and our insurance. Would I love to just be like, hey, why can't I get Badger Care like the next person that I can look at, and they'd be shaking their head in front of me? Why can't you? Because I make too much, but I don't make shit.
Sure. So I'm confused why that is the Democrats' fault, though. That's the part I'm kind of stuck on. Is you're mad at the people who want to make your health insurance cost less because it's not already free.
Well, I guess the better question
my
is,
insurance
Ryan,
is going down in January. So my insurance.
How, Ryan?
How? It's with the plans of where my wife works. We got certain healthcare plans that we.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God! Stop fucking lying.
What's the insurance provider, Ryan?
Brother, I have good insurance, and my insurance plan is going up. I don't know what you're talking about.
We have different things. We could go see a doctor. We can go run a. I don't know what it was to bring it even further down. We could run like a 5K, and if we did that, we'd bring our insurance actually down like $50.
Are you going to run a 5K?
Well, I would love to someday soon. Yes, I mean, I did have a transplant.
So you're talking about hypothetical
I don't
situations.
know if that's what it is, but there are many different things that we could do that our insurance would go down for the next year's plan.
Lots of insurance plans offer that, though. You're not
right.
You're not saying something that the Republican Party did for you to earn that for you. Like, I asked you a question about why you're mad at Democrats because your coverage isn't free, and you're saying that you guys are going to struggle under our capitalistic healthcare system to make it cheaper on your own. And that's your answer.
I gotta call this out. And this is coming from the a couple of different sources. The Peterson FKK Health System tracking the information. We're also cross-referencing that with medicalsources.org, and then also the Commonwealth Fund.org, looking at the actual healthcare premiums across the board for the United States. And they were able to find out that with the removal of the ACA subsidies impacting the market, not only impacting people that use ACAs, but people with private healthcare insurances, the actual costs for employee-based insurances are increasing across the board from 6 to 9%. They're going to see a 6 to 9% increase. Some of the only place that across the country that is reporting a decrease for 2026 in their monthly premiums is Blue Cross Blue Shield of, I hate saying this word because I can never say it right, Massachusetts.
It's all good.
That's the only provider in the country that is reporting a decrease in their premiums, and it says that here it's going to be about a 3% increase. I mean, a decrease for certain members because of them dropping the GLP-1 drug coverage for weight loss. So even with the one health insurance insurer that is actually decreasing their premiums, it's because they're removing certain coverage.
I think everything has went up.
You said your health
you know what I hate down. My plan for this coming year, we are going to pay less.
Did you guys remove what you had access to?
It's a different plan.
So you picked less coverage.
So
did you go to a high deductible plan? Please tell me you didn't do a high deductible
deductibles. There's different.
He did.
Out of pocket.
He did. He went to a high deductible plan.
Randy, I'm sorry. You said it. Now you got me saying it, Santana.
Actually,
Ryan,
this past year was $8,000 deductible. My next year, what we went to a $5,000 deductible. A couple of my meds will cost an extra $10 a month. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm on about 8 different medications right now. So yes, I chose a different plan to bring it down, so we would have extra every paycheck.
So again, you made your plan cheaper by changing plans.
Yes.
Your insurance didn't get cheaper though.
No,
if you had stayed on the same plan, it would not have gotten cheaper.
Yep.
So what we are talking about is people who are continuing their plans. Their insurance coverage is increasing. I have a wife and child, and we are maintaining the same coverage, and we will pay more money next year. You are changing your plan so it will be cheaper, so you will have less coverage.
That's insurance company.
That is your choice.
Of course it is. I changed
it is also a dangerous choice for someone who is immunosuppressed on with an organ transplant.
Exactly.
My brother in Christ, what are you doing?
Right. And also, like, more than that, you were being misleading as far as what you were making it sound as if you're getting the same thing, you're just paying less, which is not true. Like, you literally had to compromise yourself in order to have less prices.
There are different ways. Every private insurance has different ways of plans. There is plans that you can go through. I didn't try to mislead anybody by saying I changed my plan. We went with this healthcare. I don't know exactly what it's called, but I will be paying less. With the deductible, actually, it went down.
Sure. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Ryan, because there's a couple of people that sent donations, and I think they want to say something specific. Debbie's in the chat for Manda for the $5 donation. And hey, as your Wisconsinite, is that how you say it? Wisconsinite friend who works in the state government. What this guest is saying is wrong. Plus, I don't know. Oh, the anecdotal example. Really love you, Santana. Yes, I mean, like the example was literally, we've already sniffed it out, but that's why we don't really do anecdotal. W's in the chat for Gucci for the $5 donation. He has all the kids from all his exes who doesn't work or pay child support, but gets free health care. Also, his friends also don't work, but they're getting free health care. 2 + 2 does not equal 4. You called it Gucci. W's in the chat for Gucci. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're on YouTube, make sure you're hitting that like button. Hit those thumbs up. So a thumbs up, please. And you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Ryan, I guess just getting back to the very basics of it, and the principle. And I think something that myself and Dr. Michael has tried to get across to you is that you literally are voting against your own best interests, and it doesn't make sense. Like, you're doing harmful things to yourself, and it doesn't make sense. Like reducing your amount of health care coverage, it doesn't make sense.
You are working for one of the largest welfare queens in the country, and you're mad that we want other people to have health care. It is mind-boggling.
No, I'm not mad at
sir.
it. I wonder. I'm basically saying, you tell me why a person that chooses not to do shit with their life and not work, like I get up, I went back to work a little too early. Now I have a hernia. inside my incision, right?
But you shouldn't have to do that.
Right.
That's the point. Like, you shouldn't have to do that.
Right.
But you vote to make yourself do that.
I'm not mad at my employee Walmart. This has nothing to do with
why.
that,
Why wouldn't you be mad? You should absolutely. Did you hear what Dr. Michael just called Walmart the biggest welfare queen in the U.S.? Like, Walmart underpays their employees intentionally.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Intentionally. Why are you not mad at them? Like, that doesn't make sense. You are
I'm not
voting
happy
for
with them.
But yeah, but you're not pushing back
the
on
party that supports them.
Exactly.
Something to have money. I don't do what the friends do.
Okay. Wait, Ryan.
You get what I mean?
Ryan, keep it super simple for me and be honest. And not only be honest, Michael, but say it with your chest.
100% honest.
Say it with your chest. Why didn't you vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump?
Oh, man. Oh, too many reasons to count.
Name a couple then.
She is not tough.
Thank you for the case.
She is weak as can be. She can't speak a sentence without, she doesn't make sense. I don't think the world would take on a person as weak as she is.
Okay. Hey, hold on 1 second, Ryan. Dr. Michael, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you for adding what you did. I'm gonna drop you down.
Absolutely, man. Have a good day. Love listening to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. W's in the chat for Dr. Michael. That was pretty dope to have him up. Ryan, what's weak about Kamala Harris?
Oh, everything. I mean, she really, everything she said, starting with Venezuela, right now that's going on.
Venezuela?
She said if we need to take on Venezuela, we will do it. And now it's all like, what are you doing? We can't do anything to them. We got to be nice to people.
If you don't like it,
wrong.
Hey Ryan, I'm gonna speed run this, okay? Just keep it funky with me, and I'll keep it funky with you. Do you think women can be the head of the household?
Absolutely. My wife is. Well, I would be, but she is the breadwinner. I'm sorry, I take that back. There you go.
Do you think that women can be president?
Absolutely. I hope. I'm sure in my lifetime there will be.
Who'd you vote
when the
for
right
in
candidate comes up?
Who'd
When
you
the
vote for-
right candidate
Who'd you vote for in
comes up.
2016?
I voted for Trump.
Who'd you vote for in 2020?
Trump.
Oh, so you triple Trump?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Have you always voted Republican?
I have. I'm a pro-lifer. Whether he gives it to the states or not, that's my number one stance.
What do you think the best thing that? How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 44.
44. What's the best thing that the Republican Party has done to benefit your life since you've been alive?
Pro-lifer or pro-birth? I'm completely against abortion, whoever asked that. Stand up for Americans, for me.
Yeah. I hear like slogans and stuff, but like, can you name a specific piece of legislation that was passed that helped you, that was done by the Republican Party?
You name it. Everything the Republicans stand for, like I said.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, Ron, because I'm not talking about slogans. I'm not talking about their ideology. I'm not talking about like, oh, we love this or we say we love that. Specifically, what piece of legislation, what have they actually done that has benefited your life in a positive?
Was one thing that.
Say it again.
There, inflation.
Wait, hold on. You said what about gas prices?
Someone put that up there. My gas prices went down here in Wisconsin.
No. Listen, stop. What, Ryan? I need you to lock in for me Forget about the chat. Don't look at the chat at the moment. I need you to answer this question directly.
I know you're cutting out for some reason.
Can you turn the TV down in the background for me? It's kind of loud.
Is that?
I think that may be causing issues as well. I'm going to read these off really quick. W's in the chat for Abby. Abby sent a $5 donation saying, "Hey Santana, I work as an underwriter at the healthcare insurance company. Trust me, I hate it. I just need a job. If you ever need someone to school these clowns, I would love to come up." I'm gonna keep that in mind, Abby. Thank you so much for the 5. W's in the chat for MAGA Cries, who sent a $2 donation saying, "I work 120 hours per pay period and take over $200 every 2 weeks out of my check. So watch your mouth with calling everybody lazy." Exactly. W's in the chat for MAGA Cries. W's in the chat for Colin, who sent a $10 Canadian super chat to say, "My doctor once told me the biggest problem that he has in his field is people who think their 6 Google searches are more valid than his years of medical school and practice." Like, that's the whole thing. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Miss Riri, who sent a $4.99 super chat to say, "For the work of the healthcare company, I work for healthcare companies, kept the same plan, and my cost is increasing next year." Exactly. Like, that's how it works. It's disingenuous for anyone to sit here and say, "Oh, like I'm keeping the same thing and it's going down." That's not true. Absolutely not true. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Yes, guys, he ran. He ran because the question was not a question that he could answer. He could have just said it. He literally could have just said, "I don't have an answer," but he didn't. Alice, are you a Trump supporter? Alice, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, Alice, I'm gonna drop you down. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporters. We are only looking for some debates. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Let's get the likes up to 100,000 likes, please and thank you. Let's see here. No worries, Alice. Thank you for the cake. All right. Time is up. My time is now. You can't see me. My time is now. It's a franchise and I'm shining now. You can't see me. My time is now. Rico, are you a Trump supporter?
No.
Did you mean to come up?
Pardon me?
Did you mean to come up?
Yeah. I was listening to your conversation, and I just think that what these Trump supporters don't realize is that with the AGA going out the end of the year, the whole funny part of it, when Trump waited his first term, he boasted that he had a plan to replace Obamacare and never did. Mm-hmm. So what they do? They extended Obamacare. Mm-hmm. Then Biden came in. Well, that's another 4 years of Obamacare, which was good. Mm-hmm. Now we're at his second term, and he's complaining about the AGA. Johnson and ACA. I'm sorry, Johnson in Congress. Johnson is complaining about it, but yet they've had literally almost 4 years of his first term and 11 months of his second term to come up with a plan.
Yeah,
but they can sit there.
Yeah, I agree, Rico. But listen, I'm only looking for oppositions. I appreciate you coming up to share that. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down, though. Okay.
That's
all right. Have a good one. He's not wrong. Like, I mean, that's a great point. Donald Trump and the Trump administration has been railing against the ACA for years and talking about, like, the Republicans have been trying to overturn the ACA. Santana, where are you on the ACA? It's better than nothing, right? I mean, hell, it's better than what the Republicans put up. That's the best I got for you. So, I don't think it's great. I think the ACA was supposed to be a stepping stone, right? The ACA was supposed to be the way that we move forward. The issue is that Republicans are the party of obstruction. That's why the question I had for Ryan before he left was like, hey, what has the Republican Party done that benefits your life since you've been alive? And the answer is nothing. But the point being is the Republican Party has literally stood in the way of any type of progress for American citizens. And that's why the ACA has not gotten better. But it's still better than nothing. It all sucks, but it's still better than nothing. So, yeah, the ACA was definitely supposed to be a stepping stone to universal health care. Guys, MAGA's scared of me. Like, Trump supporters, they're terrified of me. Maybe I need to stop being so intimidating. Chat. Maybe I think I need to be nicer. Maybe I need to care about their feelings a little bit more. I'm gonna bring this person up here. Like, you keep spam. Oh, I can't bring you up. Diane95. I'm gonna mute you. Get up here. Request up. You can come into the box and ask your question. Come into the box and then say what you have to say. I'm muting you because you keep spamming in the chat. Okay, so you were spamming something in the chat.
I'm a friendly. I love you guys, all you guys. I was just wondering if they're okay. I was just asking where Dean and Parker are.
Okay, so
that's it.
Question for you.
Yo.
Do you think it's appropriate to go into other creator spaces and ask about other creators?
Only because you guys are all good friends and you co-host with them often. I was just asking. I really love all you guys, for real. I watch all of you guys every day.
I appreciate the love and support. I really do, but I just want to let you know, like, you shouldn't do that. When it comes to anyone else, like especially creator spaces, and I don't care who it is. I hate when other people go into other spaces and talk about me. I don't like that. That's really it takes away from the person that's there and what they're trying to do. But then also, like, these people are people, right? And so they have their own personal lives, private lives. They're doing their own things, and so, like, it would be a violation of their trust for me to just tell people where they are, what they're doing. And so even that question is something that I wouldn't even feel comfortable answering, even though I know exactly what's happening. So, like, the point that I'm just getting across is, like, not even necessarily just in this actual conversation, but just in general, like, you should try to be mindful of other creators because a lot of people work super hard to do what they do. And then also, you just want to keep in mind that, like, we're all real people, and whenever someone is not around, it's not always for everyone to know what's happening.
I get it.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for coming up. Yep. Hold on. Wait, let me unmute you before I drop you down. 1 second. All right. You're good to go. All right. Thank you for coming up.
Yep.
All right. Have a good one. Just an FYI for anyone wondering, they're both okay. They're both okay. I've literally talked to both of them, even as of this morning. It's just stuff. Not anything that I can share, but it's stuff. So they're doing their things. Anywho, is there any more Trump supporters? Any more Trump supporters? Wyatt, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do I like your name looks familiar? Did you crash out or do anything last time? Have we spoken?
No, I've done my fair share of trolling, but I haven't crashed out.
You didn't slur or anything, right?
No, I've never done that.
Okay. You promise not to do it now?
Pinky promise.
Have I asked you the pinky promise for me before?
Have I what?
Have I told you to pinky promise something for me before?
I don't think so. I don't think I've ever been on your live stream.
Okay, I think it may be a situation where, like, I tried to bring you. I don't know. Your name looks familiar for some reason. Anyway, we'll get to it really quick. Sorry, 1 second. W's in the chat for Smoothie, who sent a $1.99 super chat to say, "Don't be nicer. Keep doing your thing. Love you, Santana. I love you so much more. I really appreciate it." Again, guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Santana speaks for you. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, best way to support the lives. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. All right, Wyatt. How do you feel about Donald Trump pulling you into multiple wars?
Well, I was really just gonna say that I want to romantically ask you out on a night out.
Ooh, okay. Hold on. Now, my wife wouldn't approve it, but I am interested. Listen, you have my attention. What would that night out look like?
Now, listen, I don't know if she's watching or not, but I mean, if we can keep it on the down low, then you can put your wife on the shelf.
No. I wouldn't do anything on the DL. Like, if I was going to do it, I would do it. I'm not like, no. But anyway, let's say I did let you take me out on a date. What would that look like?
So I would probably start with a nice semi-casual restaurant. You don't got to dress up too fancy. You know, you got your nice clothes on, but it's nothing too luxurious. So you don't have to stress about that.
Mm-hmm.
Then maybe we'll go somewhere nice, like a country club or a pool or something.
Why not? No, a steakhouse.
You're a steak fan?
Yeah, steak, medium rare.
All right, sure thing. Well, nothing cheap though. Nothing like Outback Steakhouse. I want to treat you.
I don't go to Outback. I don't do Outback.
Yeah, I want to treat you.
Okay.
So we'll do something nice.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I want to make sure you're comfortable. I'll let you drive home, and then you'll text me.
Oh, no. I'm not driving. You got to pick me up and drop me off. What do you mean?
I got you. All right, I'll drop you back at your house, and then
okay. I'm just making sure, because whoa. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, and then seeing if you want a second date, then I'll show up with flowers. I'm a gentleman. I'll show up with flowers.
Flowers are definitely the way to do it.
Of course. So you got my username. You let me know if that's something you want to arrange.
Listen, again, I'm married and also, not gay. But if I were, you would definitely have my attention. But I will say this: you sound like a hell of a catch.
I appreciate you, and if I hope your marriage is stable. I hope it is.
It is. I love my wife. But she's awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll have a nice lady in your life. But I'm here as a rebound if you want me.
It's not you wishing divorce on me. Listen, I appreciate the sentiment. I appreciate you. Hopefully you find the person that you're looking for, and I'm going to go ahead and drop you down. You have a good one.
You have a good one.
Fun fact, you can't troll a troll. You can't do that. You can't troll a troll. You just can't troll a troll. Also, very secure in my sexuality. So I always find especially the men that when there's a whole instance of it's weird when certain men do two things. Like when there's certain men that use oh, you're gay or you're a girl as an insult because they connect that somehow with weakness. That's weird. But then also men that get so visibly and viscerally mad when men hit on them. That's weird. I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. I'll say this, and I think we've come to the end of the rope, but I'll tell you guys a quick story. So when I was in college, right? I worked a couple of different jobs because not only did I go to college full time, but I worked full time. And I work for this. I'm 6'3". Right now I'm 6'3", 285. But in college I was 6'3", 600 something pounds. I'm not 600. Holy shit, 300 something pounds. Right. So I worked as a bouncer while in college. Right. And I used to work at different clubs, and because I worked for this company, I'm not going to say the name of the company, but I worked as a bouncer, and we would work strip clubs, and we would work like parties and all this other stuff. And I got asked if I wanted to work at this. There was this gay club called Colors, right? And again, I don't have any issues. So I'm like, sure, I'll work there, right? And so then I'm working, right? And it was super interesting because kind of what I just told the guy, like there's a lot of people that went to college with me that went to the club, but they were, you know, hiding who they are. It wasn't up for me to out them, so I never outed them, right? But they came into the club and they always used to kind of like side-eye me when they would see me as a bouncer. Anyway, I'll never forget the night where like it was time to close down the club and we had to kick everyone out. And me and the other bouncers like, hey, it's time to go, leave. Gotta get out. And so I'm screaming, telling people to leave because, you know, it's time to go. And then I hear this guy say, you are so cute. And I'm looking around and I'm like, all right, it's time to go. And then I see the guy looking at me and I said, you talking to me? He's like, yeah, you're so cute. And I was like, appreciate it. Time to go. I don't know. I say all that to say, like, I've never been the one that's been weirded out by getting hit on by men or women or whatever. Like, it's just the thing. I think that those people that have such a visceral reaction, it makes me look at you sideways. It makes me wonder, like, why are you getting so upset? I don't know. I don't know. It could be insecurities. I definitely think that has something to do with it. Both of these people are insufferable. I'm gonna let both of you up because both of you suck. Let's do a BOGO. What do you got?
So I just wanted to talk about yesterday about how much you lied yesterday about that Kayla Wilkinson bill, the Kayla Wilkinson Act.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah,
then
cool.
also
Hold tight
about how
for
you
a
lied
second.
about Yemen yesterday.
Okay. Hold on. What about you, American advocate? What would you like to talk about?
Yeah, I want to talk about the border.
Okay, so you want to talk about the border, and you want to talk about the bill that you wanted to talk about yesterday that I didn't let you talk about. Okay, come off mute for me for a second.
What's up, bro?
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to call you. You mute. What name can I call you?
Just call me you.
You, just you. Okay, whatever. It's your name. So you want to talk about what we wouldn't talk? What are we in? Oh, I can't remember what we or tried to get you to talk about, but we didn't get to talk about it. So you want to talk about HR 4371, right?
Yeah, you ran yesterday.
Okay, cool. Woo! American advocate, tell me that's not funny. That was funny, right?
What happened?
He was complaining yesterday because I wouldn't let him talk about what he wanted to talk about. And so like he came back today to complain and I kicked him.
Well, I think he's a pretty bad debater.
I think so too. I think you suck as well. W's in the chat for Marie for the $6.70 donation saying, just making sure I get my daily gratitude to you. Fewer crash outs from the pets, but good God, I worry about the chivalry of this country. I do too. I worry about the country as a whole, like everything about the country, because these people are not well. Do I have kids? Yeah, I got two young boys. Bilo, are you a Trump supporter?
I am so sorry. I was pressing tap. That's my bad.
Tell the people they need to get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Do a mod for me.
Hey guys, come on, man. I know we can do it. This is the best chat in the world. Let's go get these.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm gonna drop you. I appreciate you.
All right, have a good day, brother.
You as well. Yeah, guys. Did I miss something? I don't think I missed anything. Did I miss something? Someone said put the news on, but like I'm not seeing any alerts. Did anything just happen? Oh, I already saw that they started releasing the files, but they said they're not releasing all of the files. Check BBC. All right, give me a second. W's in the chat for Gerard. Gerard sending $2 donation. I just want to say I'm grateful listening to you, even in the background. It keeps me company and focus so I don't spiral during this unemployment. You're the best. You're way better. I appreciate you so much. And actually, that makes me happy to hear. I know it's super interesting how we have this like relationship where, you know, I'm a part of your daily routines and you guys are a part of mine. And so I appreciate you so much, especially people like you, Gerard, that I hear from every day. So I really appreciate you. It says breaking news. Thousands of long-awaited Epstein files released by the Justice Department. Let's see here. The U.S. Justice Department released some of the long-awaited files related to the investigation. We're working our way through. This is the quote from them. We're working our way through the material. We'll bring you details as soon as we can. And there's the so-called Epstein files. There's also separate other documents and photos released in recent weeks by U.S. lawmakers. The Justice Department faced a legal deadline to release the files by Friday following months of pressure on Trump and both inside and outside of the party. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything that's like shocking. Yeah, I know he resigned a couple of days ago. I don't see anything that's like, for whoever said like, check the news or look at BBC. I don't see anything. Yeah, BBC. Yeah, no, that had already come out like a while ago. They're releasing some files, but they're not releasing everything. Like literally, the Justice Department is trying to say, "Oh, we're releasing this information, but we have a lot more information. A lot more information set to be released." So. Yeah, I don't think anything new has happened. Bring me back up, Socialist Santana. I like that one. Socialist Santana. I might actually use that name. Socialist Santana. W's in the chat for Socialist Santana. Trump is suing BBC? No, really? Hold on. I didn't see that. Oh, it looks like that. This happened a couple of days. BBC says it would defend Trump defamation lawsuit over Panamoria's speech edit. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so this happened a while ago. Or not a while ago, but like it's already been a thing. I'm not seeing anything else that's newsworthy, guys. Did I miss something? Am I missing something that is actually newsworthy? Because I feel like I got everything. W's in the chat for Laugh Out Leslie, who sent a $10 super chat to say, I saw a memo was released about trying to discredit the files as a hoax, but that's not really news either. Yeah, it's not. And we already know like what they're going to do. We already know what they're going to do. So like, that's not shocking. I don't know who this person is, Donald Trumpwinski, but I have no interest in bringing you up. So, we're almost at 4 hours for the day. I don't know if I will be back today. Are any of my mods here? Mods? Are any of you guys here? W Socialist Santana. No, Chris, you absolutely cannot come up to thank me. That makes me uncomfy, friend. I'm sorry. I don't do well with praise. Like legitimately and seriously, people like praising, that makes me uncomfortable. Like it makes me super uncomfortable. If my mods are here, I saw a couple of you. Any chance a couple of you guys want to come up for a half a second? Any chance a couple of you get in the box? Get in the box. What's in the box? Mike hot. Make sure I grab the right people. Dwayne, come up for a second. You don't have to say anything. Dwayne, you literally don't have to say anything. Just come up for a second. Dwayne's shy. I have to coerce him. I don't think
Gerard. I think he said his name was pronounced like Jared.
Who?
Gerard that sends in the sweet donuts. I think
Gerard
was pronounced like Jared.
Wait, is it Jared or is it Gerard? I'm so confused now.
In the comments, I remember him saying it's pronounced like Jared.
Jerry. Any more of my mods here? Just you slackers? All right. Hey, chat, can you guys do me a favor? Like these are the wonderful people that spend their time ensuring that this platform goes. They give me the ability to actually go live and keep everyone happy, entertained, providing information, education, all this other stuff. Can we just take a few minutes and show them all some love? Please, please, please. Can we show them all some love? Can we appreciate each and every one of them? 1.5 thousand of us hanging out here. Just show them some love, because I promise you, if it wasn't for them, there's no way that I would be. When I tell you, so we have a mod chat in Discord, and every day at some point, I just randomly go into the chat and I'm like, hey, is anybody around? And basically all of them collectively just say, oh shit, here we go again. But the reason why I say, can we show them some love, is because there's no way in hell that I would be able to be here for 4 hours or 3 hours or multiple times a day or whatever I do or blah, 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 if it wasn't for them. So I just want to take a few minutes just to appreciate each and every one of them, because they're all so freaking amazing. And I wanted to see if each and every person here could help me by showing them some love. And I would never say like, hey, can you guys do this? And then like leave you out in the cold for you guys to do it. And so like, it would be super hypocritical for me to ask you guys to do something that I'm not doing. So I'm going to make sure that I'm showing love as well. So would you guys please, please, please show all of my amazing mods who dedicate all of their time, energy, and effort to ensuring that the platform runs smoothly and we have the ability to go live every day. Please, 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 guys, can we show them some love? Please, please, please show each and every one of them some love. They said, thank you guys, you're amazing. Except Corey. Corey sucks.
Best chat on TikTok. We all appreciate it. And I can speak for the rest of the mods in saying that we know that you don't like getting your flowers, but you need them. Because
come on
the
now.
community that you
Joanna,
built.
No, you know better.
Sir.
I will drop you. I would literally drop you. Don't do that. You know better.
What you be telling people? What you be telling people who in the box? I'm talking to the chat. Chat. Santana.
No, and what I say is, well, you guys don't get to just talk to my chat. This is my chat.
We love you all. We appreciate you all being here. Thank you for all the gifts on behalf of us all. And thank you for being a part of the fantastic socialist Santana community at this point. I guess that's what we're going to end up calling it.
I like that.
The knowledge that y'all give us, the knowledge that y'all get, it's a family. We exchange. We love y'all.
Take care of Roxy as well.
Period.
Roxy just got here. Take care of Roxy as well. Please, please, please take care of Roxy as well. I got you right here, Roxy.
And make sure that, I'm sorry, I'm sick, so I have no voice, but I just wanted to say to make sure to thank the YouTube mods as well. I came over
W's
from
in the chat for the YouTube mods.
Yep, I came over from YouTube, but I want to make sure to give a shout out. Taro, Hawaiian Bear, Feisty, everyone's rocking it over there with me.
YouTube sucks, Phil.
Hey man, I'm not gonna lie, I enjoy YouTube chat. It's fun.
Phil, like I've gone back and rewatched some of the lives on YouTube when I miss a spot or two. YouTube is like YouTube is the trenches. YouTube is the ghetto.
Yes,
YouTube
is.
Yeah, YouTube is a lot, but I've got to admit it's really fun. And the YouTube mods and I have a little playful contest going on to see who can catch the people that need to be put in timeout the fastest. So you'll just see us you'll see 3 timeouts for the same person from the mods, and then all of us will be like, "Hey, I got that one." We have a good time over there.
Somebody over on YouTube said, "Keep modern." Some of us over here are normal. Okay.
Can I cry for a little bit? Just cry. My birthday's tomorrow, so thank you for all the gifts. This is so sweet.
You know what you have to do tomorrow, right? You know it's a requirement. Are you gonna be around tomorrow?
Of course, of course.
Hey, we gotta come up. You gotta come up. We're gonna sing happy birthday.
Stop it. That'd be so sweet. I am so excited. I'm hoping to do some brunching tomorrow along with.
It is Saturday.
It is. It's not my birthday on a Saturday. I was thinking like some Brazilian steakhouse. What are y'all
gonna
thinking?
do some day drinking?
Of course I am.
Day drinking is so fun.
And Mary Janing. So
I know that's right.
I can't wait. I love the community.
Happy early birthday.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you. I am
Happy
so
birthday,
grateful.
Roxy.
Thank you. I'm so grateful to be a part of this community, be a mod here. Santana is hilarious.
I'm okay.
My boyfriend loves listen to you because you're local. Yeah, I appreciate this community. I love Kay, Corey, Dwayne, Hawaiian, Fel, Feisty, Joanna, Allison, and everybody that I can't remember. So thank you for having me a lot. You have no idea. You have no idea. Because it's been hard, especially being an immigrant, So thank you for everything you guys do a lot. So
No, thank you guys. Seriously, there's no way in hell I could do this without each and every one of you. You all know what I'm like when I'm not live, and I appreciate you guys for putting up with all of my randomness. I guess that's the nicest way to say it. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I just wanted to say thank you personally. So that was it. Anyway, hey,
We appreciate you, Santana.
We went into this knowing if you shenan once, you will
fucking shenanigan. You better know I'm a shenanigan.
Santa Male, Mexicana.
But one other thing that I wanted to make sure that I did, right, was no one's safe. Everybody can get it. Everybody can get it. No one's safe. Boom. W's in the chat for the mods. W's in the chat for my mods. They're fucking awesome. All right, guys, we're gonna get out of here. It's been alive. It's been alive. Let go.
You stepped in the box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in shame. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey,
stepping if you dare. Truth hit hard like a
punch in the air. Guys, I appreciate each and every one of you. Seriously, it was a hell of a live, super interesting, but all of you made it absolutely worth it, and I appreciate you. There's maybe about a 20 to 30% chance at most that I'll be back later. Kind of don't think I will, but never say never. Does anyone have the Discord? Yeah, message K. Message K. If you are a member or a super fan, message K, and K will get you into the Discord. So pretty sure that I won't be back. I'm not sure. I don't know. Anyway, listen, I love you guys. I do. Guys, thank you for all the gifts, the likes, the taps, the shares. A date with Wyatt. Maybe. Thank you for all the love. I appreciate each and every one of you. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your Friday. I love you all. And as always, peace.